Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Friendship Empire. This is the Empress, and I hope you can hear me. I have an all new setup in my throne room, and it is taking a little getting used to. Well, it's new year, new broadcast room, new throne room, I suppose. This is the 7th of January, 2026. And starting off our first show of the new year, unfortunately, it is not a happy topic, and it seems like we get an awful lot of not happy topics on this stream, on this broadcast, but that's the way the world is. But although the origin of this story is an incredibly unpleasant event, we are not going to be dwelling on that. Oh, hello, Movie of the Week in the chat. I see you there. It's good that the chat is working indeed. And so the origin story, or the origin of this story, is the unfortunate attack earlier this month that occurred in New Orleans, Louisiana, USA. And as it turns out, one of the victims of that attack, which we are not going to be discussing in detail, as that is not the focus of this stream, but one of the victims, unfortunately, is connected to a very famous person who is an orbiter, I guess, of the British royal family. And that would be, well, the not the victim, but the victim's relative is Tiggy Legge-Bourke, now Tiggy Pettifer, the former nanny to Princes William and Harry. Back then they were Prince William and Harry of Wales. Now William is the Prince of Wales. Harry, of course, the Duke of Sussex. And let me swing over. Here is the gentleman we were referring to earlier. This is the stepson of former royal nanny Tiggy Pettifer, Edward Pettifer, who is one of the two sons that Tiggy's husband had with his first wife. And we'll go into that in just a moment, this family structure. If you are... Okay, you can see that. Good. If you are well-versed with the ins and outs of the British royal family, you probably are very familiar with Tiggy from back in the day. And she has been somewhat out of the public eye. Let me pull up a photograph. There we go. This is back in 1994. Tiggy Legge-Bourke, now Pettifer, in her role as the royal nanny to Princes William and Harry, dressed incredibly formally for a jet ski trip to their Swiss skiing holiday in Zurich Airport, as it says here, with their father, then Prince Charles, Prince of Wales, now King Charles III. And so long ago. And so young, everyone looked. Well, I guess Charles isn't looking super young there with his graying hair and a little bit of a balding pate. But anyway, I guess we were all younger in 1994. Some of us maybe not even alive yet. But anyway, so going back to this unfortunate tragedy which occurred in New Orleans, we will just go ahead and read this article from January 4th from The Telegraph, the UK paper. Prince of Wales, shocked and saddened after royal nanny's stepson named as New Orleans attack victim. King also says he is deeply saddened by death of Edward Pettifer, whose stepmother Tiggy Legge-Bourke looked after William and Harry. And once again, just as a little word of warning, obviously there will be some discussion of unpleasant subjects. However, the main focus of the stream is not what happened in New Orleans. It is Tiggy Legge-Bourke Pettifer and her family. So we're just going to go over this, not in details about the bad things that happened. And because of YouTube's guidelines and just general sensitivity of anyone who may be listening, I'm going to be careful with the words that I use, as always. And again, we're not going to dwell on the unpleasantness. This is mostly about biography and history. So that's Edward, as you can see here in the photograph. Edward Pettifer, 31, was killed in the attack unalived in the attack on New Year's Day. The Prince of Wales has said he was shocked and saddened to learn of the death of his former nanny stepson in the New Orleans. I'm even concerned about saying the T word. And yes, hopefully we are all adults here, but you can read the word. I'd prefer not to say it because YouTube does not like adults discussing certain topics with actual language. So you know what I mean. The thing that happened in New Orleans at the beginning of this year. Edward Pettifer, 31, was among the 14 killed. Oh, I did it again. This is what happens when I take too much time off. Unalived. I've been speaking like a normal human. Yes, movie of the week in the chat says poor guy. Yes, poor guy, poor all of these people who were the unfortunate victims of this terrible action. One of the 14 unalived when a pickup truck rammed into crowds gathered on Bourbon Street in the heart of New Orleans' French Quarter in the early hours of New Year's Day. And anyone not familiar with Bourbon Street and New Orleans and the French Quarter, it is an incredibly popular tourist spot. Pretty much always lots of people there having fun and reveling. It is, if New York City is the city that never sleeps, I would have to say Bourbon Street, probably the street that never sleeps, and is most likely not too often sober, as much partying goes down on Bourbon Street. Usually a very happy place, not at this time. So yeah, there would be a lot of people there, and that would obviously be a very dangerous thing. A dangerous situation, a car running amok in such a crowded urban setting. Okay, back to the article. His mother was Tiggy Legge-Bourke, 59, actually now Tiggy Pettifer, a nanny to the young princes William and Harry throughout their most formative years. Prince William is godfather to her younger son, Tom. That would be Tom Pettifer, Edward's younger half-brother. The prince said, "Catherine and I have been shocked and saddened by the tragic death of Ed Pettifer. Our thoughts and prayers remain with the Pettifer family and all those innocent people who have been tragically impacted by this horrific attack." The personal message published on X was signed W. It comes after Buckingham Palace said the king had been made aware of Mr. Pettifer's death through official channels and was deeply saddened. And that is a term which will come up more than once in the articles we are looking at today. I have a feeling that, deeply saddened is sort of the typical response. As I said, we will see that again in another article that has nothing to do with the late Edward Pettifer. Well, it has something to do with him, obviously, as the entire stream is referring to his stepmother, but anyway, not about his actual life and the end of it. Okay, he is understood to have been in touch with the family to share personal condolences, and of course, here is a much more recent photograph of the princes William and Harry as they are now. Although I think William has grown in a little bit of a facial hair from time to time himself. I don't know if he's clean-shaven right now. What were the last pics? I'm trying to remember the Christmas pics where his wife and children were so very well coordinated in their dress. And I can't remember if he was completely clean-shaven or not. Okay, moving on with the article. Mr. Pettifer was the eldest son of Charles Pettifer, 59, a former Coldstream Guards officer, and Camilla Wyatt, 58, the daughter of a racehorse breeder. The couple also had a younger son, Harry, 29 before separating in the mid-1990s. Charles Pettifer went on to marry Ms. Legge-Bourke, who worked as a nanny to the young princes from 1993 until 1999. They had two sons, Tom, 22, who is Prince William's godson, and Fred, 23, who is Prince Harry's godson. And obviously that shows how very, very close Tiggy remained to the princes, and actually they will, they will continue. This article, I think, will explain how they are even closer, not just with her children being the prince's godsons, but Tiggy is also a royal godmother herself, or royal adjacent. I'm not quite sure how we're describing Harry's children at this point. Are they officially royal? Are they semi-royal? I'm not even sure right now. But anyway, okay, continuing with the article. Ms. Legge-Bourke and Charles Pettifer had known each other since their teenage years, and Ms. Legge-Bourke was a godmother to Edward. There's another article which says that Tiggy was actually godmother to both of Charles Pettifer's sons from his first marriage, which seems a little odd. They dated in their teens, stayed friendly. He married another woman, had two sons with that woman. Each time they have a son. So, Charles, who should be the godmother? Well, I think it should be my ex-girlfriend, Tiggy. Well, that sounds like a great idea. They have very interesting conversations, I imagine, amongst the, this set. Very intermingled, interconnected. Another word beginning with the letters I-N. As we continue, you will find a lot of connections, a lot of dating connections, a lot of fun partner switching, sort of like like square dancing. Swing your partner, now switch. That's a lot of the Brits. And they all, as we keep reading these articles, they tend to share a lot of the same names. You will see a lot of the same first names repeating. So it's going to be, keep in mind who is who. For example, Charles Pettifer. And then there's also King Charles, who in the 90s was Prince Charles, but now, of course, is king. There's his ex-wife, Camilla Wyatt, who, well, there's also Queen Camilla, who was Camilla Parker Bowles, or at times the Duchess of Cornwall, depending on what time we are referring to. Charles, Camilla, William, Harry. There's another Harry. Tiggy's brother is Harry Legge-Bourke. The names will repeat. Tiggy even has a sister named Zara. Zara, of course, is the name of Princess Anne's daughter, and Tiggy's mother was a lady-in-waiting to Princess Anne. So, a lot of same names, a lot of same partners, a lot of mix and match. Yes, there's a word for it. It starts with I-N. I'm not going to say it because you two probably wouldn't appreciate it. But anyway, they're all very close. Let's put it that way. Okay. So Tiggy proved a valuable support to the two princes following the death of their mother, Diana, Princess of Wales, and has maintained a close relationship with them both. Ms. Legge-Bourke, I don't know why they're calling her this. It's Pettifer, Mrs. Pettifer. That's the name she apparently uses, it seems to. Now runs a bed and breakfast at the family home near Crickhowell in Wales, where she teaches guests fly fishing, just a stone's throw from Glanasc Park, the 6,000-acre family estate. And that would be her family's estate, not Charles Pettifer's family estate. And as we continue this stream, we are going to take a look both at Tiggy Pettifer's Welsh bed and breakfast, which does not, even though it does have a, pardon me, online listings, does not appear to be taking reservations at the moment. I would imagine that would probably be on hold for quite some time into the future. And also we will take a look at Glanasc Park, where Tiggy's family resides to this day. Lovely properties, both of them. The area is absolutely gorgeous, as you will see in just a few minutes. Okay, continuing with the article. Like his stepmother, Mr. Pettifer, meaning Ed, not Charles, the father, Edward, this gentleman who is unfortunately no longer with us. Okay, back to the article. Like his stepmother, Mr. Pettifer was a keen fisherman and skier. He is thought to have attended Stowe School, the prestigious boarding school in Buckinghamshire, and that probably is a good guess. A lot of those type of people, their friends and their set would do go to Stowe. Known to friends as Ed, he was listed at a property just off King's Road in Chelsea, West London, with his mother, who is not believed to have remarried, and brother Harry. His paternal grandmother, Liz Pettifer, lives around the corner. Her husband, renowned furniture dealer David Pettifer, Edward's grandfather, died last August. After leaving the Coldstream Guards, Charles Pettifer traveled the world as a security consultant. He is now the director of a company that repairs and maintains ships and boats. Interesting. I certainly tried to find more occupational information about Charles Pettifer, and outside of the standard references in these articles about Edward and about Tiggy, I could only really find one comment about him in an article where Tiggy was interviewed, an older article, and we'll read that in a little bit, but he must have been a very, very, very good security consultant, because his security is so tight that there is very, very little information about Charles and his security business as that I could find online. And obviously his 31-year-old son, the fact that the Telegraph, not a tiny outlet, a major newspaper in Britain, has only this very, tiny bit of information saying that he was listed at a property, he's thought to have attended a school. Sounds like they did not access a LinkedIn profile for Edward, which makes it kind of interesting. What work was Edward doing? He's 31. Most 31-year-olds have a pretty good internet profile. Usually some kind of social media, some kind of references to their employment. It's pretty difficult at this point for a young person to have graduated from a school without having that be listed on the internet somewhere. So it's kind of surprising to me that the Telegraph was not able to pull up any more information about Edward, and not that much information about Charles, and all of the information that they do post is rather vague. So anyway, just to wrap up the end, well, it's not all of this article, but I really don't want to read all of the unfortunate details of the activity that caused poor Edward Pettifer to become unalived, because that is not the focus of this stream. But okay, yes, blah, blah, blah. The New Orleans coroner gave Mr. Pettifer's preliminary cause of death as blunt force injuries. I did read an article. I don't believe we are going to read that on this stream, but because it was mostly repetitive information. But one unique bit of information said that Edward Pettifer was struck by the vehicle that was driven through the crowd. So blunt force injuries, that would be consistent with being struck by a car. David Lammy, the foreign secretary, said he was extremely saddened to hear of the death. In a statement, Mr. Lammy said, "Extremely saddened to hear the tragic news that a British man was among those unalived during the attack in New Orleans. We are supporting their family and are united with the U.S. against T threats." You know, that word that I'm not using because YouTube doesn't care for that topic. Unfortunately, doesn't like it. So, yes, the Foreign Office confirmed that it was supporting the family of a British victim. Mr. Pettifer is understood to have been in the Louisiana city with another Briton who was not hurt when the attack happened. His family said in a statement, "The entire family are devastated at the tragic news of Ed's death in New Orleans. He was a wonderful son, brother, grandson, nephew, and a friend to so many. We will all miss him terribly. Our thoughts are with the other families who have lost their family members due to this terrible attack. We request that we can grieve the loss of Ed as a family in private. Thank you." Mr. Pettifer's half-brother Tom, that's Tiggy's son Tom, came to public attention at the age of 8 when he was a page boy at Prince William and Kate Middleton's wedding in 2011. And in at least one of these articles, we're going to see a lovely photograph of Tiggy with her son Tom in page boy attire at the wedding. Unless it was at the Sussex wedding. Oh, no, it's the picture from the Sussex wedding. Although we may see the picture from the, they were the Cambridges at the time. Cambridge wedding as well. In 2018, he was pictured attending Prince Harry and Meghan's wedding at St. George's Chapel in Windsor, now towering over his mother as a 15-year-old. And the rest of this article is about other things and other people. So we will not continue on with that. Now, moving on. So yes, Kate and William release heartfelt statement after the death of Prince's nanny stepson, Edward Pettifer. And again, this is largely repetitive, but here we get another photo of Ed, charming in his sunglasses. There's Tiggy again, and there you go. There's bearded William with Kate. Yep, nice handbag. And there is the statement that they posted on their social media, the black background with the white text on it. And yeah, that's, well, we're not focusing on it, but there is the vehicle and the scene after the fact. And there you go. That's Edward Pettifer. Apparently he was quite a good fisherman. That looks like a decent-sized fish. Whether you were going to eat it or put it back, I don't know, but it looks pretty good. Okay, and there's another one. Okay, don't smoke, kids, but that's a good fish. Looks nice. All right, and here is Tiggy, looking much whiter haired than she did in 1994, of course, but elegant as always. There's Tiggy. And again, this is a lot of repetitive information. So I'm just sort of, oh, here we go. This is Tiggy, Legge-Bourke, and Charles Pettifer. Here we see him in the flesh. Well, not in the flesh, in a photograph, but you know what I mean. This was 1999. I don't know if this was when they were announcing their engagement. I am trying to remember what year exactly they got married, but we're going to find out because we're going to take a look at the articles that were published at the time. Oh, movie of the week in the chat says, looks like pike, the fish. It could very well be. I have to say, fish identification is not one of my strong points. Is that even the same kind of fish? Their heads look different. Their fins look slightly different to me, but they're both long. So there you go. Well, anyway, let's... I like the Daily Mail. They give us a little bit more detail, and they love to name drop and make connections, as do I. So, as you can see here, similarly to his stepmother, he was an avid skier and fisherman. They're just repeating that from the Telegraph article that we read. And is believed to have been a student at 46,700 pound a year Stowe School, where Richard Branson, I believe that's Sir Richard Branson now, Henry Cavill, Superman, right? And David Niven. Is anyone alive who remembers David Niven? If you know both Henry Cavill, I know him by sight, but I don't know how to say his last name. And David Niven, if you are an individual who is, who knows who both of those people are, you're doing pretty well in life, I think. Movie of the week in the chat says, that's some hair on Tiggy. Tiggy has a glorious head of hair for an older lady, a white-haired lady. It looks like she's retained a lot of the fullness. If you look, I'm scrolling back up quickly. Okay, here her hair is pulled back, so you can't really compare. But that picture of her with Charles, where her hair is down, let me go back. Prince Charles, the other picture of her with Charles Pettifer, her husband, you can see she's got a good head of hair. And as we look at the older photographs of Tiggy, you'll notice she has a good head of hair, a good natural, unfussy, very Sloane Rangery. If you remember that term, movie of the week, I think you might be familiar with the old term for what they would call. Like ladies like Diana, that sort of upper crust, Britishy, aristocratic adjacent, landed gentry-ish, London gal, the Sloane Rangers, they called them. But, that sort of natural style that you see, the little bit of makeup, not a lot, the unfussy hair, minimal, tasteful jewelry, that sort of thing. Anyway, so there's Charles, there's Tiggy, and there's Tiggy again with son Tom, and that must be the Sussex, yes, wedding from 2018, because look how tall Tom is. Oh boy, taking after his father. With that. And hey, movie of the week, you're good at identifying fish. Can you identify the feathers on Tiggy's hat? They are rather impressive. I assume they are not dyed, and that they are whatever the bird. Can you identify the bird that provided the feathers on Tiggy's hair? If you do, I will give you a prize. I don't know what that would be, but I'll figure it out. And also note her lovely 4-strand pearl choker with the diamond, and I'm not sure if there's something else in their brooch. Clasp. It looks like it could be the kind of necklace where you can detach the piece to make it a brooch, But anyway, I guess this is the good family heirloom, because I noticed she wears it at like all the major events that she seems to be pictured at. She wears this necklace, and it's lovely, so why not? So there they were, Tom, her son, the younger half-brother of Edward, the New Orleans victim. That is they. And let's see. Oh, okay, here we go. This has a little bit more information about the family connections. Even before she was appointed by the palace, Alexandra Tiggy Legge-Bourke. You didn't think her birth name was Tiggy now, did you? No, of course not. All good upper crusty people have to have a nice fun nickname that is, it's even better when you can't figure out where they got it from. How it came about, if it has no connection to their name or no obvious connection to their name. But so Tiggy, her father once served in the Royal Horse Guards, and her mother became a lady-in-waiting to Princess Anne in 1987. Well, considering how much Princess Anne loves horses, I imagine that being her lady-in-waiting, you're a bit of a Royal Horse Guard yourself. Moving on, her brother Harry Legge-Bourke, and we're going to take a look at Harry in a little bit. And see, there you go, Prince Harry and Harry Legge-Bourke. Meanwhile, had been page of honor to the late Queen Elizabeth II from 1985 to 1987. So it was natural that she should have been hired by Prince Charles, now King Charles, of course, as an assistant and as a nanny to his sons, Princes William and Harry, in 1993. She grew up on the family's 6,000-acre Glanisk estate in Powys, Wales, and was educated at Heathfield School, an all-girls boarding school in Ascot. Tiggy then went to finishing school at the Institut Alpin Vidmanet in Rougemont, Switzerland, where Princess Diana also attended. And boy, Diana had no love for Tiggy Legge-Bourke, as we will see as we continue reading these articles. And my, I guess my eyes are deceiving me. When I first saw this photograph, I looked at it very quickly and I thought that they were dried chilies. I scrolled too quickly past it and thought they were dried red chilies, and then went back and went, why are there pictures of chilies? And then, oh, no, these are flowers. They are yellow roses wrapped in red paper. But very, very quickly, they look like dried red chili peppers to me. Now, you do get some hot food in Louisiana, but I did not think that it was customary to leave dried red chili peppers as remembrances for people we have lost. But you can see they've also left the traditional New Orleans Mardi Gras beads are on the ground, and I'm not really sure what this little gold figurine is, but and a bottle of well, I imagine that's an adult beverage. It could be soy sauce, but I imagine keeping with the the spirit of New Orleans, that they want to send you off with pour one out for the victims. That's a very appropriate and loving New Orleans tribute to the lost. And of course, we're not going to linger on the tragedy. Okay, so here's more about Tiggy. After graduating, I'm trying to line up the text here. She enrolled in a nursery teacher training course at the St. Nicholas Montessori Center. She later taught for a year in Fulham before moving on to opening her own nursery school in Battersea called Mrs. Tiggy Winkles. How cute. Tiggy started Mrs. Tiggy Winkles. It's very Beatrix Potter. Actually, that's where her nickname comes from. And one of the articles is going to discuss that, so I won't go into that more. Then came the call from the palace. As she grew to spend more time with the young royals, her close bond with William and Harry only grew, with the former nanny's son, Tom, acting as a page boy, and William's, well, we know that. I don't think they have the picture. I'm going to go, let me go over here for 1 second. Let me see if I can find that photograph of Tom. And if I can't find it super quick, I'm not going to waste time on that. But, movie of the week, I know you are in the chat. I'm going to ask you if my audio sounds any worse, different than before. Does it sound echoey or distant or anything like that? And I will wait and you can tell me, because I know that we're on a delay. I believe I have found the photo. So I'm going to pull that up over here in just a second. Let me copy it over here and then show you guys over here. It worked. Good. Okay. And going back. Ta-da! There we go. Okay, Movie of the Week says the audio sounds fine. Thank you, Movie of the Week. And here I give you, this is Tom Pettifer on the right here on the balcony with William and Kate doing the smooch. And I want to say, I'm probably going to get this wrong. That looks like Lady Margarita Armstrong-Jones. It looks like Lord Linley, or former Lord Linley. I can't get used to all the new titles. Earl Snowdon's daughter. But in profile, it's hard to tell. That I'm trying to line up the ages. That could be right. And then little, what's her name? Rose. fudge, I can't remember her last name, the grumpy little bridesmaid. She was fantastic. She was the star of the wedding. I loved her. And I'm disappointed in myself that I can't remember her name because, excuse me, I'm looking it up if you'll bear with me to take one moment because that little girl was just fantastic. Let me see. Wedding of... All right. We will just enjoy the photograph a little longer while I try to look this up. But no. Okay. Oh. Okay. I think, Grace, that was it. Grace Van Cutsum. Of course it's a Van Cutsum. And yes, that is Margarita Armstrong Jones, the daughter of William's cousin, now the Earl of Snowdon. That's Princess Margaret's son, of course. And yeah, Grace Van Cutsum, the Van Cutsum family, very tight with the British royal family, with William, with Charles, with Harry, and little Grace apparently did not appreciate the roaring crowd applauding for the royal kiss here, and I think we've all been there. I hope we've all been all of these people at some point, smiling, happy, and covering our ears and grumpy. What a great photo. Okay, so that should be young Tom Pettifer and then older Tom Pettifer at the wedding. Okay, so I don't want to go into the tragedy stuff. Let's see. Is there anything? Here, this article finally mentions that Tiggy is now godmother to Archie, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex's eldest child. And actually, that's another photo I should have brought up. I don't believe it is in any of the articles that I have, but let me pull that up. Tiggy as godmother. Let's see, Archie's christening. That photo that some people thought was photoshopped of the Sussexes and the godparents. Oh, that's odd. Okay, here, let's pull this up for you, and let me get the link for you, and pull it up. Over here. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, let's try this again. Why did that not work? Oh, work with me, please. I just like looking at photographs because it makes it easier to think about the people you're talking about. Okay, and here we go. There, this is the christening photograph. So, but it doesn't have Tiggy in it. So they didn't have all of the godparents. They have the family. This is the family photograph. Okay. I thought there was a Tiggy photograph. Well, whatever. I'm not going to waste any time on this. So, just to make the point that Tiggy continues to be close with at least the Sussexes, and I would imagine with William and Charles, their father, the king, as well. Okay, getting back to the article, and they mention her bed and breakfast, Tir Chanter. I am made to believe that that is the Welsh pronunciation, Tir Chanter. My knowledge of Welsh is incredibly rudimentary. So if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, I'm happy to be corrected. So it is a stone's throw from her childhood home, and we're going to take a look at it soon. And then this is just repeating a lot of information, and then it talks about, again, other people. So we will move on to our next article, And again, King Charles deeply saddened, and I have a feeling, again, this is just more repetitive information, but just bringing Charles into, yes, they even recycle all the photographs. Okay. You can hear me paging down. It's basically the same article. So both the King and the Prince and Princess of Wales make their statements. Oddly, I don't think I've seen anything about the Sussexes having made a statement. Perhaps they did not want to do that publicly. But I am a little bit surprised. I haven't heard an article or seen an article about that. Well, anyway, so back to Tiggy. Here is an article that came in the wake of the incident that occurred in New Orleans earlier this month to explain more about Tiggy. And we've covered, I guess, the main points. But we are going to, after this article, go back for a deeper dive. We're going to go into a deeper dive. We're going to look at some of the articles that were published at the time of her engagement to Charles Pettifer and their wedding. We're going to look at Camilla Pettifer, the mother of Edward, Charles Pettifer's first wife. We're going to take a little look at Tiggy's parents. We have a video clip of her mother, which is absolutely priceless. Oh, Movie of the Week says, I remember this photo. Yes, you remember. I'm sure you remember that photo of I assume you mean the Sussex. Do you mean the Sussex christening photo or the photo of Grace Van Cutsem looking very grumpy on the balcony after the wedding? I'm sure you recall both. But anyway, and yes, so we're going to look at the Tiggy's B&B. There's the reviews of her B&B are quite stellar, but there is one rather amusing one, which if it has not been scrubbed in the meantime, we are going to read and enjoy. I will enjoy it at least. So let's go on with this article. Tiggy Legge-Bourke, the nanny who raised William and Harry, now grieves for her own stepson, victim of New Orleans truck. Wow, that's an intense word. I don't know if YouTube would appreciate that. Mass unaliving, I suppose, is appropriate. Was the son of the prince's beloved mother figure's husband. Oh, yes, and we're also going to cover, I forgot, Tiggy's, I don't know if it's a lawsuit exactly. She received money because she was involved in a scandal. A media scandal, and we're going to cover that as well. Tiggy otherwise stays pretty low-key out of the media. So, all right, continuing with this article. Whether accompanying them on stalking trips or safari holidays abroad, Tiggy Legge-Bourke was an ever-present mother figure to Princes William and Harry. She proved a loyal and reassuring presence throughout the latter years of their parents' rocky marriage, and was there for them during their darkest times following the death of their mother, Diana, Princess of Wales. Described by the Duke of Sussex as their favorite nanny, it was Tiggy, real name Alexandra, who was at his side for each of the key moments in his life, a discreet sounding board who was always at the end of the phone. And here is Tiggy in 2014. Ms. Legge-Bourke was hired by the royal household in 1993 as an assistant to Richard Aylard, the private secretary to the then Prince of Wales, that meaning Charles, now the king. But her real role was to help look after the young brothers when it became clear that Charles and Diana would eventually divorce. So successful was that mission, and so warm the relationship that she developed with the two boys, that Diana saw her as a rival and was convinced she was being groomed as her future replacement. Well, we know that didn't happen, so was Diana completely wrong? Of the brothers, Ms. Legge-Bourke was closer to Prince Harry, who described his deep affection for her in his memoir Spare, in which he wrote of the heart-racing joy he felt as a young boy just to have her alongside him, telling him to buckle up his seatbelt in the car. He would later ask her to be godmother to his son, Prince Archie. I thought they weren't using the princess titles for the children. I'm not sure, though. I've seen it used. I've also seen it not used. Okay, so here is a photograph of Harry at his passing out at Sandhurst, which sounds like something terrible happened and he lost consciousness. But no, it's merely the graduating ceremony. And there's Tiggy wearing a giant hat. Well, not so giant. I suppose it could be larger, but it is one of the larger hats that one sees outside of, I guess a 1980s white tie event or such in the royal families. They seem to go for the fascinators now. Everyone wants little tiny things perched atop their heads, maybe to show their hair. I don't know. I kind of like the giant hats that look like a flying saucer landed on a lady's head, but they're very dramatic and they make for good. You could put the bird feathers on them, and it looks kind of crazy, but I kind of enjoy that. But fascinators can be fun, as Princess Beatrice taught us with her toilet seat hat fascinator thingy, if you recall that. I'm not stopping to pull that photograph up. If you know, you know. Okay, back to the article. Ms. Legge-Bourke often accompanied Harry and his friends on stalking trips. Now, okay, that sounds awful as well. It sounds like they might be stalking other human beings. Of course, they mean hunting. Like, I guess, deer stalking, for example. Always letting him have a nip from the flask of sloe gin that she carried with her. I hope that wasn't underage drinking, but I suppose when you're royal, you can get away with that. Also, I would not want to say, if I had to take a nip of any adult beverage, sloe gin would definitely not be. I'm surprised they wouldn't just have like regular gin, honestly, but sloe gin? That seems unpleasant. Anyway, she was there, he revealed, when he made his first hunting victory, telling him, "Well done, darling," before marking him in the gory, do I want to say this, tradition where they take the red liquid from the hunted animal, the deer, for example, and they put it on it was a rabbit. Okay, well, they're going to describe this. I don't want to describe this in detail. If you have eyes to put toward the screen, you can read it yourself. I'm going to highlight it. Okay, I've highlighted it on the screen, and now I will paraphrase. They went hunting for rabbits. Harry was successful for the first time. Tiggy told him, "Well done, darling," and then went through the tradition that, as they say, is to show respect for the slain animal. She dipped her long, slender fingers into the rabbit's body, under the flap of, scooped out, smeared it tenderly across my forehead, down my cheeks and nose, he wrote in his memoir. This is Harry in Spare. "Now," she said in her throaty voice, "you are..." I don't want to say the word because YouTube gets, doesn't like certain things, but that you are red, a red-blooded man, red-blooded, individual. We'll just take out the red. Now you are, and take out the individual. Now you are that. You are bead. I know, I sound like a child speaking like this, but you can read it if you have eyes to look at the screen. A bit gruesome, but of course traditional in hunting circles. Ms. Legge-Bourke also accompanied the boys, and sometimes their father, on family holidays to the Greek islands and Africa, among other places. In 2006, she accompanied Prince Charles, now King, Camilla, then Duchess of Cornwall, now Queen, and Prince Philip, who is now deceased, to Prince Harry's passing out parade at Sandhurst. Again, what a charming phrase, the passing out parade. It sounds like people are marching and then just one by one, boom, 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 hitting the ground. That would be entertaining, a little unnerving, I think. I would worry about people hitting their heads on the ground, but I would love to see a passing out parade. Okay, continuing. Harry's surrogate mum. Later, Harry spoke to his therapist about how she had been a surrogate mum to me and Willie. While he freely admitted she was their favorite nanny, he added, "Tiggy couldn't stand being called that. She'd bite the head off anyone who tried. I'm not the nanny. I'm your friend." Was she being paid? If she's being paid, I wouldn't call that a friend. I would call that a nanny. But it's nice to feel friendly with one's nanny. Back to the article. But it was not all plain sailing. The Prince of Wales was furious in 1998 when he discovered that Ms. Legge-Bourke had allowed his sons to abseil down a 160-foot sheer drop near her Welsh home without protective helmets, boots, or a backup safety line. I repeat, she took the heir to the British throne, and the spare heir to the British throne. Rock climbing, cliff descending, abseiling down 160 feet. That's what are we going to say? Is that 16 stories? Or would we say a story is 10 feet, maybe 12 feet? Okay. So, a rather tall, not a giant building, not a skyscraper, but a good-sized building with no helmets, no boots, which I would think you would want boots. I would definitely want a helmet, and no backup safety line. Where were the personal protection officers? How did they manage to allow this? And they keep calling Tiggy out on this, and she did get in trouble for this. But her brother Harry was involved in this too, as at least one of the articles we're going to read later in the stream is going to mention. Okay. And while she may have been fun, she was also unafraid to question the prince's behavior. The Duke revealed that in 2020, Tiggy was one of the first people to chastise him after he and his wife bared their souls to Oprah Winfrey. "How could you reveal such things about your family?" she and other close friends asked him. And of course, here's another picture of Tiggy and Charles Pettifer. Yes, there you go. 1999, the day they announced their engagement. Tiggy and Charles Pettifer, the son of an antique furniture dealer, were childhood sweethearts, dating in their teenage years. However, oh no, he was not considered good enough by her aristocratic family. It was claimed at the time, and she was forced to sever contact. Oh no, this makes it even worse. That he wanted to be with her. She wanted to be with him, but like Romeo and Juliet, they were star-crossed lovers. So he went and married another woman and then made Tiggy the godmother to both of his children. Oh no, that would make me feel terrible if I had been his first wife. However, Camilla seems pretty okay with it, and I don't mean Queen Camilla. I mean Camilla Wyatt Pettifer, who we're going to meet shortly. Okay. And when I play the video of Tiggy's mum, the idea that they would consider anyone not good enough, I can totally believe that. But we'll get to that in just a little bit. Okay, the couple, meaning Charles Pettifer and Camilla, his first wife, had two sons, Edward in December 1993, and that was the poor young man, this gentleman, Edward, who lost his life, unfortunately, in New Orleans a couple weeks ago, less than a week ago at this point. and Harry in September 1995. Again, there are 3 Harrys in this story. Harry Legge-Bourke, Tiggy's brother, Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex, her former charge and now, I guess, friend, and Harry Pettifer, the younger of the 2 sons that Charles Pettifer had with his first wife, Camilla. There's actually another Harry Legge-Bourke that I think it's the grandfather, great-grandfather, I'd have to take a look, that Harry Legge-Bourke, Tiggy's brother, is named after. This all gets kind of confusing. We've got 3 to 4 Harrys here. Okay, continuing. Ms. Legge-Bourke, who was good friends with the first Mrs. Pettifer, was godmother to Edward, who was unalived in the New Year's Eve truck ramming attack in New Orleans. And here's Edward. However, the couple divorced when the boys were young, and Mr. Pettifer rekindled his romance with Ms. Legge-Bourke. By 1998, the pair were described as inseparable. Their engagement was announced in October 1999, and Princes William and Harry attended their wedding later that month on her family's 6,000-acre Welsh estate. The couple have 2 sons, Tom, 22, who is Prince William's godson, and Fred, 23, who is Prince Harry's godson. In 2000, Ms. Legge-Bourke was appointed, there's a little typo there, member of the Royal Victorian Order, MVO, in the New Year's Honors List. Her family retains close links with the royals. And yes, we're going to find out more about that on this stream. Okay, until her retirement last year, her mother, Shawn Legge-Bourke, 81, was a lady-in-waiting to the Princess Royal. That would be Princess Anne, King Charles's sister. Damages for Bashir's lies, and this is the media scandal that I was referencing just a couple minutes ago. Ms. Legge-Bourke, I don't know why they keep calling her that. I mean, she is Mrs. Pettifer, now runs a bed and breakfast at the family home near Crickhowell in Wales, where she teaches guests fly fishing, while her husband, who for years traveled the world as a security consultant, is the director of a company that repairs and maintains ships and boats. Now, if you're the director of a company, I mean, if you're on, say, the board of directors, you don't necessarily have to actually do anything. It's not something where you're required to be involved with day-to-day operations or anything. So saying that he's the director of a company, it's not exactly like saying he does anything. But perhaps he does. I don't know. She has maintained, I mean, for a man who was not good enough for Tiggy, I would think he would have to maintain some kind of employment, but I mean, director of a company, it is a form of employment, but I think you know what I mean. Anyway, she had maintained close contact with both William and Harry and attended both of their weddings. In July 2022, she won damages of around £200,000 from the BBC after telling the High Court that Martin Bashir's Panorama interview with Princess Diana had haunted the royal family. Ms. Legge-Bourke said the false narrative created by the 1995 program had caused great distress. She sued for defamation. Oh, okay, it was actually a lawsuit. After Bashir told the late princess that her husband was in love with Ms. Legge-Bourke and that the 2 of them had flown off on a 2-week holiday. Ooh, well, I mean, honestly, if they had wanted to conduct an affair, being the nanny is certainly a wonderful cover. And they seem to very much love their surrogate mum. I wonder how much Charles loved their surrogate mum. He certainly has interesting attachments to the ladies in his life. So they've made some references to Tiggy's background, and she actually has a Wikipedia page. I know Wikipedia is not the most reliable source of information, but if you can, cross-check the information, it's not so bad. And this is obviously very easily checked information. And you can see Alexandra Sean Tiggy Pettifer, née Legge-Bourke. And not to read this whole thing, but just a bit of a mention. There you go. There's the other Harry, Harry number 4, Sir Harry Legge-Bourke, her paternal grandfather. So Tiggy is the daughter of William Legge-Bourke, 1939 to 2009, son of Harry Legge-Bourke, who, and Harry, we'll just go back, was a conservative politician, a member of parliament. He lived from 1914 to 1973. Oh, his father was a Nigel, look at that. And his mother was a lady, Lady Victoria Alexandrina Wynne Carrington. What an interesting name, born 1892, during the reign of Queen Victoria. Queen Victoria, whose birth name was Alexandrina Victoria. So they just reversed the names, and that she was named after Queen Victoria. Look at that. And this Harry Legge-Bourke, Sir Harry, was a descendant of the Earls of Dartmouth, as you can see, the Marquesses of Lincolnshire, the Barons of Suffield. So, you know, very aristocratic descent. And he also, this Sir Harry, Tiggy's grandfather, was also a page of honor in 1926. So let's see, I think that would have been 1926 King George V, I think, the current king's grandfather. Is that right? Okay, I'm trying to remember a lot of things all at once. Look at that. Eton, Sandhurst, the Royal Horse Guards, as you can see, and politically connected, you know, politically involved. So that's her father's father, Tiggy's. Her father went to Cambridge, merchant banker at Kleinwort Benson. He was deputy lieutenant of Powys, Wales from 1997 until his death. And then, okay, so that's Tiggy's father's side of the family. Okay, Tiggy's mother's side of the family. This is her mother, Sean, Dame Elizabeth, née Bailey. Her father was a baron, and you'll notice the name, Baron Glanusk. And Glanusk Park, which is this place, that is an engraving, an illustration, not the actual, not a photograph. But anyway, it is a large piece of property in Wales. As you can see, it has its, oh, good. Well, isn't that shocking and unfortunate? Look at these sub-headlines on the Wikipedia. Well, isn't that something? Okay, well, I don't have time to go into that. Oh, look at that. They do a Green Man festival. That's positively pagan. And at Glanusk Park. And in 2021, Channel 4 filmed Handmade, Britain's Best Woodworker, in the workshop within the estate. And it was hosted by Mel, the old host of Great British Bake Off, who actually is Polish nobility. Her family, that, oh gosh, again, my pronunciations are not great. So I'm going to skip saying Mel's name. But as you can see, my click through on the Wikipedia, Polish-Lithuanian descent. This family is the house of, oh gosh, sorry, my Polish is off, so I'm not going to try to pronounce it. But anyway, you could see they, this family, Mel's family, are Polish-Lithuanian nobility. Isn't that interesting? Everywhere you look, aristocrats everywhere, even on the Great British Bake Off, or formerly. She's not on there any longer. So, okay, going back to Glanusk Park. So Glanusk Park, the Baron Glanusk was Tiggy's maternal grandfather. Sorry, trying to get this right. And you notice this Lord Lieutenant thing. Tiggy's mum was, I think she is is she still or is she no longer? I think they said she stepped down. Or no, maybe she still is the Lord Lieutenant of Powys. So served. No, that's past tense. Okay, yes, yes, past tense. Sorry, I'm looking at a lot of information all at once. I'm looking at 3 screens. So this is Tiggy's mom. We're going to see a clip of her in a little while. And she is very grand, grander than the queen in some ways, it feels. And as you can see, she's been appointed with more than one honor. She's an extra lady in waiting. I think that's sort of like an emeritus type position, because she is, as you can see, rather elderly and not, going to be waiting that much for, you know what I mean, not doing that much lady waiting for Princess Anne when one is even older than the princess herself. I think that would be kind of cruel, would it not, to have a very elderly woman waiting on a not so elderly woman just because you're royal? I imagine you could get someone who was merely middle-aged to do such a job. So anyway, that is, you can see, very grand, very connected. And then there's, Tiggy herself. And they all have Wikipedia pages. So, okay. And yes, Tiggy's brother Harry was a page of honor. I think they mentioned that. I tried to find a photograph of him in the garb of the page of honor outfit, which you can see in this picture. Boy, he looks thrilled. None of these children look thrilled, but this little boy looks like he's gonna cut a bee. Look at that kid. He looks miserable. I'm laughing, but I actually feel sorry for these children. They all look unhappy. I know they have to be so serious, but I mean, these children look almost abused. This poor boy look like he's very much under duress. My goodness, not that much of an honor, is it, if you have to look that miserable? Maybe it's just a bad photograph. But then again, if you were wearing, buckled black patent leather shoes, white stockings, this gold, brocade undercoat, and a frilly dining napkin around your neck, I don't know, might not be thrilled. But it's fun to play dress up, no? Maybe not for boys. Not that kind of dress up, right? Well, some boys, sure. Okay. Oh, yes. And then Tiggy's sister Zara was married to a politician, an aristocratically descended politician, but who has a bit of some skeletons in the family closet. We're going to go over that briefly. So I'm not going to read all of that because we're going to cover that in some articles. So before we get on to more of Tiggy's adult life and her wedding, her surprising romance to another royal godparent, let's look at her upbringing. And I thought this was a good article to start off with, to describe how did Tiggy grow up? What is it like to be adjacent to the British royal family like this, aristocratically descended, but this intense, tight orbiting of the royal family for generations, pages of honor, again and again, that your family is close with the monarchy. If you have successive generations of ladies in waiting, pages of honor, and whatnot. So this is an article from September 2020. And this is Tiggy's brother, Harry. And this is Legge-Bourke Park. A couple of the buildings, clearly not the most glamorous buildings on the property. And we will look at the property soon. We will go on their website and take a look at it. But you gotta love the title. People say you have a silver spoon in your mouth. And yeah, I've got a whole set. Well, hey, at least he's self-aware. Inside Legge-Bourke Park, a Welsh estate that is without a stately home at its heart. Oh, well, maybe that is the best house on the property. It looked much nicer in the photographs I saw on the website. Harry Legge-Bourke grew up at Gle'nisc Park, a Welsh estate. Here he enjoyed an idyllic childhood, being taught to ride, shoot, fish, gut a fish, pluck a pheasant. His children, Lachlan, 17, and Serena, 12, have learnt the same skills. Serena can back up the tractor as well as I can, he says proudly. Living here makes you practical. Now 48, the son of cavalry officer Captain William Legge-Bourke and Dame Shawn Bailey, he grew up on the estate near Crickhowell, 25 miles from Newport, with his two sisters Tiggy, later Nanny to Princes William and Harry, and Zara. People say, "You have a silver spoon in your mouth," and yeah, I've got a whole set, he says. After school, he joined the army, not the Royal Horse Guards like his father, nor the Grenadier Guards like his grandfather, but the Welsh Guards. My father was disappointed that I didn't join the Blues. You know, it's a very serious thing which branch of the military you join, and the Coldstreams, the Grenadiers, the Royal Horse Guards. I can't keep them all track, but I know which ones seem to be the preferable ones, at least for this set of people. But I don't know that much about the military. I don't know what the problem with the Welsh Guards would be, since they're in Wales, but anyway. Back to the article. He loved the army, serving as aide-de-camp to Field Marshal the Lord Guthrie, and supposes that he must somehow be one of few members of the Guards to have never worked on trooping the color. And trooping the color is that thing where they have all the military people and the horses going in front of the monarch. The trooping the color. It's the big procession that they have every year. Okay, back to the article. The prospect of running Gle'nisc was ever present, and he left the army in 2001. When his father died 8 years later, he found himself in charge of its 16,000 acres. And here is a photograph, the rolling countryside of Gle'nisc Estate with a sundial here in the foreground. Looks lovely. The estate came through his mother's family, having been bought by her great-great-grandfather Joseph Bailey, an ironmaster from Yorkshire, in 1826. Bailey built the big house of Gle'nisc Park shortly after, a 3-story Tudor Gothic mansion. Like all the great Victorian industrialists, they built what they wanted, says Legge-Bourke. In 1899, Bailey's son, also Joseph, was made First Lord Gle'nisc. At one time, the family owned about 160,000 acres in Herefordshire and mid-Wales. As my father once said, I had very illustrious ancestors and very decadent descendants. Legge-Bourke adds with a chuckle. One Lady Gle'nisc was a compulsive gambler. 2 flies would be sitting on the wall, and she would bet which one would fly off first. That's a lady who seriously needed a better hobby. The 160-room Gle'nisc Park was requisitioned during the Second World War, and the family moved into the 16-bedroom Dower House, Penmarth. In 1944, a fire destroyed Gle'nisc. 4 years later, Legge-Bourke's grandfather, Wilfrid Bailey, 3rd Lord Gle'nisc, died of a heart attack aged 56, leaving a gutted house and massive death duties. And this is the drawing room at Gle'nisc. And while it's very lovely, very tasteful, and well-appointed, it is tiny. I mean, it is only a drawing room, but look at that. It's tiny. There are larger rooms in some, like, completely middle-class, suburban houses. Unless there's a large part of this room that we really can't tell. But it doesn't look like a very large room at all. In 1953, Lady Gle'nisc demolished the house and later married William Sidney, 1st Viscount de Lisle, V.C., the sometime governor of Australia, commuting to his house in Kent. In their day, my grandparents lived here very grandly, says Legge-Bourke. My grandfather had his own train that went from Abergavenny to Scotland. Well, if you're going to have to travel by train, private train is definitely the way to go. And if you don't have your own train, you would definitely want your own train car, or at least a few, one or a few that they can, tack on to the end of a regular commuter train. Okay. This means that there is now a hole in the estate. When anybody comes to Glanus, they say, "Where's the stately home?" The church remains where Legge-Bourke officiates at Christmas. Over lockdown, he set his children repainting the railings. It was fun for the first 2 days, and then became really dull. Hey, let's give them credit for thinking it was fun for the first 2 days. That's a commitment. They could have, said 2 hours and been like, yeah, we're done. 2 days is pretty good. The Legges are descended from Thomas Legge, first Lord Mayor of London. The family's connections give them a claim to the post of Lord Great Chamberlain, one of the great officers of state, currently held by the 7th Marquis of Cholmondeley. Yes, it's pronounced Cholmondeley. Look at that spelling. Cholmondeley. This is not the only royal connection in the family. Oh, not by a long shot. Legge-Bourke was a page to Queen Elizabeth II, and his mother a lady-in-waiting to the Princess Royal. That's Princess Anne. His sister, Tiggy, began working with the princes on account of their parents' friendship with the Prince of Wales, who stayed at Glanus during his time at the Aberystwyth, I hope I got that right, University. My grandmother knew the Queen during the war, and she looked after him. Isn't that sweet? Okay. And of course, when they say Prince of Wales, they mean Charles, who is now the king. And here's another photograph, a collection of caps and medals from the family's time in the army. Well, that's nice. I would not want to have to dust those caps, take them all down and dust them off. They look a bit dusty, but maybe that's just faded with age. And that is one heck of a wallpaper. I would think if it didn't have a bunch of things on it, it might drive my eyes a bit crazy. It might do anyway. But it is rather lovely, just a bit much. Okay, continuing with the article. Legge-Bourke's collection of more than 300 oak trees. Wow, 300 oak trees. Well, when you have that much space, I guess you can do that. Do you think there could be such a thing as a tree hoarder? There are hoarders. When you collect too much, it's hoarding, right? So if you collect lots and lots of trees, could you be a tree hoarder? I don't know. I guess you can't have too many trees if you have the room for them. Legge-Bourke's collection of more than 300 oak trees includes the Queen's Avenue. Okay, now I have the Time song Oak Tree going through my head. I'd love to play it, but I don't think YouTube would appreciate that because it is copyrighted. But go look that one up. Oak Tree by the Time. Morris Day and the Time. What a fun band. Includes the Queen's Avenue. When the Queen came to stay in 2012, I asked, would she like a wood planted in her name or an avenue? In 100 years' time, it will be magnificent. Okay, so do you want a little forest or do you want an avenue? And I guess she chose avenue. They both sound nice. Oh, Movie of the Week in the chat says, yeah, that wallpaper made my eyes bleed. Yeah, those are called ents. What is an ent? A tree hoarder is an ent? Is that a D&D, Dungeons and Dragons type thing? Is that a Tolkien type thing? I feel like that's some kind of fantasy, supernatural mythology type reference. And Movie of the Week also says, Bill Gates has been buying up forest land. He might be a tree hoarder. I think he's hoarding a lot of things. I mean, I suppose if you're a billionaire, you're a cash hoarder. Or, well, I guess it depends on how your money is calculated. It could be just stock hoarding, not actual cash. Yes, billionaires tend to hoard things like homes and, anything, right? Jewelry, historical manuscripts, that kind of thing. Oh, Movie of the Week in the chat. Ent equals tree herder. Oh, no, I don't mean a herder. I mean a hoarder. But anyway, I suppose if you're going to hoard something, hoarding trees would be okay. Although when you say Bill Gates is doing it, that just sounds creepy. Um, okay, so let's get back to this article. We're being a little silly. Um, Although, yes, I don't know. If I had a choice between, do I want a wood planted in my name or an avenue? I do kind of like that avenue. The trees lining a grand avenue is really gorgeous, especially when they grow together to make that canopy. It's sort of like a little tunnel of green. It's really lovely. I think I would choose avenue as well. The Queen's Avenue sounds nice. Maybe Charles would like a wood. He can have a wood and the Queen has an avenue. Nothing for you, Camilla. Sorry. One second. Okay, let's get back to the article. Like the majority of estates today, Glanisk is diversified with holiday cottages, a caravan park, a gin and whiskey business, woohoo, and field sports on the estate. Lockdown hit it hard, like Burke postponed 12 weddings. Well, that must have been a bummer for the couples, and had the annual Green Man Festival canceled. Oh no. Happily, the caravan, did they burn a wicker? They weren't able to burn a wicker man. I kind of, when they say Green Man Festival, I'm imagining that they're burning a wicker man too. Happily, the caravan park has reopened and people are able to enjoy Glanisk again. I didn't have a contingency, he says. We don't have huge amounts of property. Well, I mean, yes, you kind of do. Did I not say 16,000 acres? I feel like that's a huge amount of property, but I suppose when you used to own 160,000, you feel as though it's not huge amounts. We don't have huge amounts of property or massive farms. On some years, it's better on the events, some better on the farming. So you're always robbing Peter to pay Paul. There have been a lot of sleepless nights wondering where the next pound is coming from. You wouldn't think that they would have these issues. Although, yes, we do need to cry for the aristocrats who have such a difficult time keeping up their massive historical, estates, because you just can't run things the way that they used to. I assume because of taxes, death duties, and whatnot, they can't quite get away with preserving their fortunes the way they used to. And so now they all have to, not all, but many of them, possibly most, have to open their homes for tourists, and just letting people wander through the rooms and look at the furniture and the paintings and whatnot is often not enough to defray the costs of keeping up these massive estates. And so, yes, they have to do things like host events, have events like weddings, but also the events like the Green Man thing, conventions, festivals, that sort of thing. And yeah, businesses. And because they do have, well, he says they don't have a lot of land or a lot of farms, but I mean, they have more than the average individual, obviously. And so, yes, they do things like, grow produce and make products out of that. It's like kind of what formerly Prince Charles, now King Charles, has done with his Highgrove estate. Highgrove, and obviously they don't need the money, the British royal family don't. He doesn't, the king doesn't personally either. But Highgrove, they have, I believe, gin and I think honey and jams, jellies, that sort of thing. Various products. If you look on their website, you can even buy them. If you choose to do so. So that's one way to keep the property in the family and keep it profitable. But not everyone has a business mind, so I guess it's been difficult for some of these families. But it seems like the Legge-Bourkes are persevering. He is devoted to Glanisk. I want to make it secure, he says. My grandmother told my parents the finances were sorted out before she died. But they weren't. Oh, no. They had to sell the properties in London. Oh, no. And London real estate is like, I mean, I would say it's like gold, but it's probably worth more than gold. The best pictures, and we still had huge debts. Legge-Bourke is more interested in saving the house than its contents. I like my own types of pictures instead of a Rubens. One can appreciate a good picture, but not if it's at the price of losing your home. I agree. I agree, Harry. I think that's a sensible approach. And since he likes the outdoorsy life so much, I imagine that having the home and the property would be much more important than having the paintings. And additionally, the paintings, well, you have them. I guess you can't make money merely owning a painting. I suppose you could try renting it to a museum, but that's a bit tacky. So yeah, the paintings and stuff aren't going to generate any income, but the land and the house, they definitely can. So smart on Harry to try to get a hold of the family property. However, as we continue with the stream, we're going to find that something happened between now and then, 2020, that put Harry's big plans at risk. But before we do that, let's take a look at Glannisk. Here we go. This is the website, glanniskestate.com. And yes, look at what they have. Holiday cottages, caravan park. Caravans are trailers or RVs in this part of the well, not British part of the world, the Americanish part of the world, North Americanish part of the world. Weddings, filming location, that's smart. Events, sport, gardens, lettings. I would imagine that to be rentals in not British. And gin. Where's the whiskey? Yes. Okay, so we'll just scroll down. Welcome to the family-run Glannisk Estate. You have found the ideal place to stay, celebrate, unwind, and explore. And look, they have the little, oh, there's the Welsh flag with the red dragon on it. Their little bridge tower thing. Oh, is there a specific architectural name for something like that? Probably, that I don't know because I'm bad with architectural terms. Their own little bridge. And I'm wondering if this bridge here is where we saw one or more of those photos here. Oh, that's not the same at all, is it? That's not the same bridge. No. This is charming and architecturally nicer looking than that bridge, isn't it? Yeah, that looks municipal. Oh well, so much for that. But anyway, Glannisk is an enchanting and historic Welsh estate in the Black Mountains with where they get the Welsh gold. I think wasn't it the Queen, and I don't know how many members of the British royal family. I believe Queen Elizabeth II's wedding ring was made with, or maybe it was her mother, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, or maybe both, had wedding rings made from Welsh gold that I thought was taken from the Black Mountains, but I could be wrong about that. I'd have to look it up. In the chat, Movie of the Week says, that gatehouse looks like something from a video game or fantasy movie. So many places in the British Isles look like something from a video game or fantasy movie. It's almost like things from a long, long time ago look fantastical, because they do. It's lovely, though, isn't it? There you go. Glamping, caravan park, glamping, self-catering holiday cottages, as well as a stunning wedding, event, and film location. Okay, who wants to get married? Who wants to film a movie? Let's do something. Everybody, anybody who's hearing this, hit me up. Let's figure something out. Let's go hang out at Glannisk. It looks fun. I want to go glamping at Glannisk. Movie of the Week in the chat. So that's very true. Yes. It's almost like Tolkien was inspired by something, right? Yeah, I want to go glamping at Glannisk. Let's do it. Let's get together a French dip imperial road trip. Well, air trip, depending on where one's coming from. The perfect place, I guess, to stay in Brecon Beacons. Might want to work on the typos. Okay, so there's that. There's your wedding. Ooh. Holiday cottages, the caravan park, the Black Mountains where you can get muddy on your dirt bike. sport events. There's some, that looks like what, fly fishing, letting properties in the Black Mountains. Let's look at holiday cottages. I want to see what the cottages look like. Let's go. Ooh, fireworks. Okay. Stay at, oh, look at that. Nice. Well, those are rather low mountains, but still, it looks lovely. It's so quaint, so charming, beautiful. 5 self-catering and garden cottage. Ooh, Glannisk Lodge. So nice. Private garden. Sugarloaf Mountain. Oh. I wonder, can you go skiing? Garden cottage. Now, I have to say, I look at these and I wonder what they actually used to do. The library. You know, they didn't keep books in an outbuilding, really? That's cute. Oh, look at how precious. It's like a little hobbit house, but like on the ground. It actually looks like a really, really large whiskey barrel that someone converted into a little room, little house. That is precious, though. The Oak Retreat. Cute. The Tower. I want to stay in the Tower. I want to be condemned to stay in the Tower. I wonder if they have ravens. That would be great. How many Sugarloaf Mountains are there, says Movie of the Week in the chat. Movie of the Week, I have a feeling that in the United States, the names were taken. I have a feeling that the people who named the places in the United States that share the names with the places in Britain may have been inspired by the places in Britain and recycled the terms. Oh, you can take your pets, you can take dogs to the Tower. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Oh, look how cute. Very cute. I would like to go. I would like to go. I want to stay in the Tower and pretend that I'm condemned. Okay, so that's lovely. Well, we've done a nice little brief. Wow, look at that. Crickhowl, the Usk Valley in Brecon Beacons National Park. And there's a national park. So that is gorgeous. And, oh, look, they have a festival. The actual, big stage. Wow. Okay. When they said Green Man Festival, I thought it was just like, people having fun. I didn't understand they meant like an actual concert. I thought it was just like a pagan-y kind of thing. And they're even doing an ad for Kubota. Look at that. Who posts that you like your mower? The orange mower, the orange Kubota mower. Sorry, that's funny. Anyway, now that I've given a lovely little ad for the Glannisk Estate, Harry Legge-Bourke, you are perfectly able to reach out. I'm happy to have a free vacation at Glannisk for having done this wonderful ad for your estate. Just kidding, but not really. I'd love to. But festivals have got to bring in cash. A movie of the week in the chat, yes, festivals do bring in cash, but anyone familiar with Glasto will know that it is very destructive to the property. A lot of people, a lot of dirty, a lot of mess. So festivals can bring in a lot of money, but they cost a lot of money. And it can be problematic. When you think there are a bunch of people, well, think about the original Woodstock. When you have a lot of people out in the middle of a field, in the middle of sort of nowhere, people have needs. And those needs must be met any way they see fit. And sometimes they do them out, and about. And then the mud mixes with, the leavings. And then you don't know what that brown stuff is on you. And it can be unpleasant. So much like they learned at the first Woodstock Festival, you've really got to sort out your logistics. I assume they have at Glannisk. It seems like they've got their stuff together. Anyway, I have been going for just over an hour and a half. And so this is the time on the stream where I'm going to take a break, refresh my cup of tea, stand and stretch and get the circulation going. And if you have been sitting with us for any period of time, I would recommend you do the same. This is Friendship Empire. I am the Empress, and we have been discussing former royal nanny Tiggy Legge-Bourke Pettifer and her family on the, well, not on the occasion, but after the sad occasion of the loss of her stepson and godson, Edward Pettifer, who was lost tragically in the attack on New Orleans, Louisiana, USA, at the beginning of this year. When we come back, we are going to look at Tiggy's wedding, Tiggy's lawsuit against the BBC. We will look at, I'm trying to get over here, sorry. We will meet Camilla, not Queen Camilla, but Camilla, the mother of Edward Pettifer, and learn a little bit about her. And we will meet Tiggy's mother, Sean, who is quite an intense lady, very entertaining and interesting. And we will look at Tiggy's bed and breakfast operation and enjoy a very, if it is still there, and I really hope it is, a very entertaining review of someone's stay at Tiggy's B&B, which, much like Glenys Park, her brother's estate, her family's estate, very, very well rated and well reviewed. Seems like a great place to go. I am not saying anything bad about any of these places, although the B&B probably not doesn't appear to be open for operation right now. But in the meantime, you can go and visit her brother Harry at Glenys if you so wish. So I am going to take a brief break, no more than, say, 10-15 minutes, and then we will return with our stream. I will be back shortly. Hello, 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 and we are back. This is Friendship Empire. I am the Empress. And if you are joining us today, whether you are joining us for this live stream or whether you are joining us listening to the recording, we would really appreciate it if you would like and subscribe, and, well, you could share it too if you feel so moved. Today, we are discussing Tiggy Legge-Bourke Pettifer, the former royal nanny to Princes William and Harry, the current Prince of Wales and Duke of Sussex. And unfortunately, Tiggy's stepson and godson, Edward Pettifer, was taken from us unexpectedly in the attack on New Orleans of less than a week ago, that being the New Year's 2026 truck ramming incident, as it's truck ramming is how they've described it. Excuse me. And Tiggy Legge-Bourke Pettifer's one of her two stepsons, the sons of her husband, Charles Pettifer, from his first marriage to Camilla, his ex-wife. Edward here, 31, was lost in that attack. He was hit by the truck, and I believe he is the only non-U.S. Citizen to have been a victim of that attack. So, not to dwell on the unpleasantness, but we've been looking at the life and family of Tiggy, who was quite the famous royal nanny. If there are famous royal nannies of history, I don't know how many there are. There was definitely Margaret Crawford, the royal nanny to the then princesses Elizabeth and Margaret. That would be the late Queen Elizabeth II and her younger sister, Princess Margaret, who is also no longer with us. And when they were very, very little girls, they had Crawfie, as they called her, Margaret Crawford, their nanny, after she left, the employ of the British royal family. She broke the very, very cardinal rule of employ with the royal family, which is you do not talk. You don't say anything. You don't write a book. And she did more than that. She wrote at least two that I know of. And while they were not unflattering accounts of the princesses, it was not appreciated by the royal family. So this is perhaps the other most famous royal nanny that I can think of, Tiggy. And so Tiggy was well known for accompanying Princes William and Harry at the time of their parents' separation and divorce. Then Tiggy became a bit of a bone of contention between Charles and Diana, as Diana became very suspicious and jealous of the relationship that Tiggy had with her sons, who called her, as these articles have mentioned, their surrogate mom. But also she became convinced that Charles, then Prince Charles, Prince of Wales, now King Charles, was intimately involved with Tiggy, and that perhaps Tiggy was going to be the new mommy of the boys, of the princes. That obviously did not happen. We now have King Charles and Queen Camilla, not Queen Tiggy, which would have been fun. But that didn't happen. So we took a little look at Tiggy and her background, a little look at her family and the family estate, which is gorgeous in Wales. And now we will move a little bit, forward, back. I don't know where in time we are. Let's say we're in the present. We're moving back in time then. And this... I'm going to have to reload that. Okay. I do not appreciate the Daily Mail reloads their pages automatically. If you leave, a page up long enough on your browser, they will eventually make it go away and reload to their main page, which is rude and unappreciated, especially since this is not our topic. So, unfortunately, I'm going to have to fix that. And just let me take a moment and see if I can do that quickly, because I really don't need this odd content. Okay, I have to... I'm sorry. I'm very disappointed. I went through all of these tabs before I started to make sure that the Daily Mail would not do what it just did. Excuse me. And now I have to find the article again. Well, I don't really want to take a ton of time to do that now. So, well, why don't I just continue? So Tiggy, of course, was the royal nanny, which job she got through her family being friends with Prince Charles, who had stayed at their estate, the one we just saw, Glanasc, when he was attending school in Wales, when he was much, much younger. Then, Tiggy left royal employ and she retired to run a B&B that she owned with her husband, or still owns. So here we are in 1999. This should be 99 or 98. Yes, 1999. And this is an archived article, so it doesn't have all the, photographs and whatnot. I'm thrilled to pieces. Charlie is my rock. I'm a very, very lucky person. Ecstatic Tiggy Legge-Bourke spoke last night of the magical man she plans to marry. Tiggy, 34, said of former Coldstream Guards officer Charles Pettifer, "He is magic. I've known him all my life. I'm a very lucky person." Standing on the doorstep of her London home, she added, "He is my rock. He's a magic rock. He is the man that I turn to for comfort when people write horrible things about me." Oh, goodness. Tiggy, well, I would hope there's more to your relationship than that. But as we know that they were childhood sweethearts, there must be more to it than that. Tiggy, who has invited Prince Charles and sons William and Harry to the wedding later this month, said, "I'm thrilled to pieces. I'm a seriously happy person." Tiggy and divorced father of two, Mr. Pettifer, who first dated in their teens, had been anxious to keep their wedding a low-key affair, which is pretty difficult when you have princes of the blood attending the wedding. They did not send out invitations or make a formal announcement. Tiggy explained that her future husband found it hard to cope with the publicity she attracted. "Charlie hates it so much. It's not fair. He's such a private person. That's the reason we didn't want the wedding to get out." "Well, then you have to elope." She added, "I'm worried that it's got out. We wanted to have a very private wedding, but I believe that honesty is the best policy." Astonishingly, the couple managed to keep their engagement quiet for several months. Yesterday, even Prince Charles's closest aides were taken by surprise by the news. But as the Mirror uncovered the plans, Prince Charles was said to be delighted. Mr. Pettifer's mother, Elizabeth, said, "It is all perfectly lovely. She is a very, very, very special lady. I am very lucky to soon have her as a daughter-in-law. I am a very pleased mother. She will make my Charlie a very happy man. Very, 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 very." Oh, I'm not showing you the article. Oops, I forgot to switch back. Here we go. Okay. My mistake. All right. Well, you're not missing anything because it's just the text. Okay. Continuing. Oh, this is still Elizabeth Pettifer speaking. "I have known Tiggy for many years. She was an old girlfriend of Charlie's ever since they were teenagers at school. I know her parents well, too." Ah, her parents who didn't think that your son was good enough for their daughter. Yes, I noticed she says, "I know her parents well," but doesn't say that they're very, 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 very lovely as well. I wonder what that was like at that wedding. Oh my goodness. With one half of the family happy, the other half of the family not so happy. Not really sure. Or should I say one family, one side, not half, one side, the other side, the two families, however you want to say it. Okay. They were trying to keep the engagement quiet, and they had managed to do that for quite some time, but it hasn't quite lasted to the wedding. Tiggy does have an engagement ring, but I don't think she has worn it very much. She has certainly tried not to show it off. Tiggy is one of those people with a heart in just the right place, and she is very fair and treats everybody the same. Tiggy, the 28,000 pounds a year ex-nanny to William and Harry. Okay, I have no idea what that would be in 1999 money versus now. Not a clue. I guess it's a good paying job for a nanny, maybe. The royal family isn't known for paying extraordinarily well. It's one of those prestige jobs, you know. You take the job and you get paid a certain amount of money, but not great. And then you can always walk away and say, hey, I worked for the royal family, and the cachet, in theory, allows you to get incredibly high-paying jobs. It's kind of like, I don't know, being the president or something. You're the president of the United States, the pay is lousy, but then after that you can go and you can collect fees, speaking fees, and you get put on boards of directors and whatnot, and you make cash. It's money. Well, I mean, if you're really smart, I suppose, as a president, you figure out how to get the money rolling and when you're still in the White House, as some have, but, you know, it's always easier and better to do it once you're out of office. So Tiggy, the 28,000 pounds a year ex-nanny to William and Harry. Okay, movie of the week in the chat says, in 1999 money, it would not be that great. I suppose not that great, but let's see, 28,000 in, well, that was pounds, not dollars. I can't remember what the dollar was versus the pound at that point. Excuse me. Now, let's assume that it's the same, or let's just say, 30 grand a year. No, 30 grand a year in 1999 would be terrible, especially if you had to pay your bills in London. But you know that she was given a free place to live, probably free food. She wasn't charged for, transportation. She got free trips to wherever they went. And we have already clocked Switzerland, the Greek islands, and I forget the Africa, I believe, were the vacation spots that they mentioned. And surely there were more than that. And probably a lot of, freebies. And keeping in mind that Tiggy comes from a well-off family, I don't think she's hurting anyway. It was almost 2 times in the 90s. What was almost 2 times in the 90s movie of the week? You mean the exchange rate or what? I don't know. But anyway, it's not great pay, but when you consider she probably didn't have to pay for much of anything, it was probably essentially clear money. I mean, minus the taxes, but... she's not having to pay rent. She's probably not having to pay for taxis and, takeout. Continuing with the article, after Princess Diana's death, she was immediately brought in to help them cope with the tragedy. Tiggy and her fiancé are expected to marry close to her family home in Crickhowell, Powys. Excuse me. Her mother, Sian, and Aunt Victoria are both ladies-in-waiting to Princess Anne, and their family service to royalty goes back to Victorian times. The romance between Tiggy and Mr. Pettifer was revealed after they were spotted sharing a tender kiss in a busy street in September last year. Tiggy, who once complained she was so well-known, it was difficult to develop relationships well. We're going to find out she doesn't have a difficulty having a relationship with one other royal family orbiter and royal godfather, but that's coming up in a second. I kind of teased that when I went over here. If you were reading, if you were paying attention. Oh, or maybe that was not on the screen. Well, I hope it wasn't on the screen. So it could be a surprise who one of her other ex-boyfriends was. Had earlier shared a romantic meal with her new boyfriend. They went public with their romance 2 months later when they turned up together at the opening of the £3 million China Jazz restaurant in London's Berkeley Square. China jazz. That sounds like a euphemism. Since then, they have managed to get away for private holidays together in Spain and Cornwall, where company director Mr. Pettifer is believed to have a country house. Mr. Pettifer, the son of a London antiques dealer, is divorced from his first wife, Camilla, the daughter of racehorse breeder Michael Wyatt. They have 2 sons, 5-year-old Edward and Harry, who is 4. Tiggy is godmother to Edward, and of course, Edward is the gentleman who lost his life in the New Orleans attack. Oops, wrong tab. Let me go back. Edward, who we began the stream discussing what happened in New Orleans at the beginning of this year. Edward Pettifer, 31, Tiggy's stepson, was lost in that event. So moving back, let me pull up that article again. Okay, here we go. He works as a company director for a London-based security system consultancy, but yesterday he was in a series of meetings and unavailable, of course. No comment. Well, he's in security. He wants to be secure. He's keeping mum. The couple went to extraordinary lengths to keep their wedding plans secret. Tiggy even removed her engagement ring whenever she was likely to be seen outside her immediate circle. Tiggy still retains her strong bond to William and Harry. When the boys were children, Princess Diana, then separated from Prince Charles, complained when she discovered Tiggy referred to them as, my babies. But as the princes grew up, Charles accepted that Tiggy provided a stable and necessary companion to them, particularly after Diana's death. I don't think that Charles had any problem accepting Tiggy under any circumstances, but okay. Last April, Tiggy organized a 10-day safari adventure to southern Africa for the boys, which was paid for by Prince Charles. Well, was she supposed to pay for it? I suppose, For Tiggy, it was seen as a triumphant return to favor, as she was heavily criticized for her part in allowing William and Harry to join a potentially dangerous abseiling stunt at a 160-foot Welsh dam. Well, I think it is dangerous. It just means that, potentially dangerous. It is dangerous. The potential is always there. When you say something's dangerous, it's the potential for danger, right? I don't think you need to say potentially, but I'm being nitpicky here. Not that important. So that's Tiggy's perspective on her engagement. Now, Camilla Pettifer's perspective on Tiggy and Charles Pettifer's engagement. How did Camilla, the ex-wife, feel about it? Well, it's all in the title. I am so thrilled, says the ex-wife of the man Tiggy is going to marry. And again, this is October 1999. The ex-wife of the man Tiggy Legge-Bourke is to marry said yesterday, I'm so thrilled for them. How gracious of her. Camilla Pettifer, who is also one of the former royal nanny's best pals. How convenient. Added, I've known about it for a very long time, and I think it's great news. It's brilliant. Tiggy and company director Charles Pettifer, who are expected to marry at her parents' 17th century mansion in Wales this month, posed for pictures for the first time yesterday. As Tiggy briefly flashed her engagement ring outside her £200,000 London home, publicity-shy Pettifer said, We're extremely happy together and are currently in the process of finalizing the marriage arrangements. How romantic. Finalizing the marriage arrangements. We'll hopefully marry well before Christmas and hope that we will now be left alone. Okay. Then Pettifer left for his London office on a scooter. Dude, do it in a car. You can't, like, lecture the press and be all high and mighty. Now please leave us alone, as he put a helmet on his head, clipped his pant legs so that they would not get caught in anything, threw one leg over a scooter, and scootered away. With a little Vespa. I'm imagining a little Vespa just off. Are Vespas popular in England? I actually haven't been paying attention to the vehicle choices other than the what is it, like velvet flocked Lambos that the rich new denizens of London like to drive. Those impractically what do you call that, wrapped cars when they get silly finishes on their incredibly expensive race car type cars that you can't actually race, because how far can you get in London before you have to, slow down behind another car or a pedestrian or a bicyclist or, a street sign? I imagine you can't go very, too fast in any city like that. So having your fancy, expensive race car with like velvet coating or suede, or I think I saw one that was some kind of knit crochet knitted texture. Oh, movie of the week in the chat. Oh, don't forget the Bugatti covered in rhinestones. How could one forget a Bugatti covered in rhinestones? One hopes they were Swarovski and not some unbranded rhinestone. Only the best for one's Bugatti. Yes, nothing says I have too much money like throwing it away on an impractical car. Okay, so continuing with the article, I'm trying to find my place. Okay, yes, Pettifer left for his office on a scooter, and Tiggy took her black Labrador for a walk in Battersea Park because, well, she is British, and I think that the government issues you your choice of a black or yellow lab at birth. Just a joke. I admire the fact that the Brits love their doggos and horses and doggos. Okay, the couple, who are both 34, dated when they were teenagers. Oh, we know. But they went their separate ways. Yes, because Tiggy's family are stuck-up snobs. And he married Camilla. Tiggy, who looked after Princes William and Harry when they were younger, we know, has known Camilla since they were children. Tiggy is godmother to one of her two children, Edward, 5. Yes, the poor boy who was lost in New Orleans, or man. Let's see. Pettifer and Camilla separated several years ago, but their divorce only came through last year. Tiggy and Camilla are still the best of friends. They live 5 minutes from each other in Battersea and regularly spend nights out together. Well, golly gee, it sounds like they're almost the couple and not Charles and Camilla or Charles and Tiggy. Soon after Tiggy and Pettifer's romance became public in September last year, Camilla told the Mirror about the friendship the three of them shared. She said then, "We all met at the same time years ago through our parents. Charlie and I are divorced, so he's free to do whatever he wants. He is a huge mate. We're on great terms, and Tiggy and I are on great terms as well." She added that Tiggy had nothing to do with her divorce and that she and Charles just went their separate ways. Well, except for that part where they dated and were childhood sweethearts, but Tiggy's family decided that he wasn't good enough for her, so they split up. And he married Camilla and then made Tiggy the godmother to at least one, if not both, of their sons. I mean, it's all too close for comfort in my book, but if it works for them, more power to them. So you might be wondering, who is this miraculous woman, Camilla Wyatt Pettifer, who is so chummy with her ex-husband and his new wife? Well, there's not that much about her online. She was described as a kinesiologist, which is a body movement expert, like a rehab type, kind of like a physical rehab type of a thing. But there appears to be no indication of her working, no online indication that she is working anywhere, not that I could find. So perhaps she is qualified but does not practice or does not practice any longer. It does not appear that she has remarried, but these are obviously very private people, so that doesn't necessarily come out. But I was able to find this photograph of Camilla from Tatler from 2012, the Talisman Winter Exhibition launch. This was a pretty fancy, furious trading of jewelry with dodgy-looking cash-stuffed envelopes. Nothing says money laundering like dodgy-looking cash-stuffed envelopes. Okay, I'm not saying that that's what was happening. I'm just saying it sounds bad. And Tatler used the word dodgy. Dodgy-looking, which doesn't mean dodgy. It just means looks dodgy. Doesn't mean it is dodgy. But that's also a great word, dodgy. So, who was at this event? You can see the Countess. Mrs. Simon Elliot, that's Annabelle, the sister of Queen Camilla. And over here on the left, that's Ben Elliot, that's Annabelle's son, so that's the nephew of Queen Camilla. And then down here, that's the other Camilla. That is Camilla Pettifer, the vivacious lady next to the man in the stripy turtle or mock turtleneck. It looks like it could be turned down, so I think that's an actual turtleneck. So there's the lovely and vivacious Camilla. Looking at Charles Pettifer, considering that he wasn't considered good enough for Tiggy, I don't know how he was good enough for Camilla. Her race horse breeding father surely had a fair amount of money. But I would say he's, as they would say, punching above his weight a bit. At least with Camilla, maybe with Tiggy as well. Not him, not poor Edward there. But where were the pictures of Tiggy and Charles Pettifer? There they are. There's Tiggy with her lovely head of hair, and there's Charles with his rather sleepy eyes. I'll let you be the judge. There. He doesn't look like he'd be partnered with Camilla, although maybe that's just an exceptionally good photograph of her. Anyway, Movie of the Week in the chat says, nothing says British like use of the word dodgy. Yes, it is a good word. The Brits have a lot of good terms that are not as used across the pond. So, pardon me. The only other real reference that I could find to Camilla Pettifer, other than the references in these articles to being Charles's ex-wife, is this. Now, this article is kind of one of those, the problems of, well, I'd say the 1%, but I think this might even be a little bit higher than 1%. It is from the British Spectator from 2015, and it is an article entitled, "The Charming Little Airport That Ruins Thousands of Holidays. Chambéry Airport just isn't built for peak skiing season, as I discovered in the most unpleasant way." Oh no! It's so terrible to be inconvenienced when one is on one's skiing holiday. Yes, I know. But anyway, it is a well-written article, and it is interesting, and it certainly gives you the picture of what it must be like. But consider the topic, a vacation gone bad, simply because you had delays and whatnot. I can probably think of other ways in which one's vacation could go horribly awry, but the word that he starts the article off literally with the word horror. Horror films occasionally use the device of the deceptive idyll, an apparently restful place, a clearing in the woods, a pretty cottage, is the site of a fiendish atrocity. Remember, he's talking about a crowded airport on a skiing vacation. Anyway, so he gives a lovely description of Chambéry and the area. And then I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it really does take you. It's a fun read, but so over the top, right? Yet on winter Saturdays, Chambéry's mask drops. There is weeping, wailing, and gnashing of middle-class British teeth. Arguments erupt. Profiteers fleece desperate families. Children shiver. Chambéry Airport, you see, is one of the main terminals for British ski tour operators in the French Alps. Some 250,000 passengers use it annually, nearly all on a handful of Saturdays in December, January, and February. The place cannot cope. Okay, well, clearly something must be done. So anyway, he goes on and on and on and on and on about how horrible this is, how terrible. The 2 lavatories were filthy and broken. The tiny snack bar was operated by a single boy of about 17. He had perhaps 5,000 customers. You see how horrible. I soon wish the entire airport could be, and I'm not saying that word. I mean, really, sir. Anyway, he wished the entire airport could be destroyed, except he didn't use that word. Anyway, so he goes on and on and on about his terrible vacation. What does this have to do with Camilla Pettifer? Well, at the very, very, very bottom of the article, it says, Camilla Pettifer, 48, a kinesiologist, there you go, was returning from a week in Maribel with her son Harry, 19. Never again, she said. There you go, Camilla Pettifer speaks. Never again. That expression could be heard time and again from British holidaymakers. One man lost it at the info desk and was bawling, I am never going skiing in France again. Ugh. Now, what do you think the check-in counter at Chambéry in January is compared to, say, any JetBlue counter at, say, like Miami Airport, JetBlue counter? Do you think that they get wilder flipping outs than someone bawling, I'm never going skiing in France again? Oh no, the French will all be in mourning, national mourning, for all the inconvenienced Brits who will have to go skiing in Switzerland, or maybe, I don't know, northern Italy instead of France. The horror. Yes, movie of the week. I'm reading your comment, and I don't really want to read it out loud because I don't want to get into that topic. But yes, I don't think that Camilla Pettifer was meaning it in that sense. I don't think she was making a quote or reference. I think she was just speaking as a British lady. But anyway, so yeah. So not many references to Camilla Pettifer. As I said, supposedly she has not remarried. Apparently she stayed quite good friends with her ex and his new wife, her longtime friend, best friend, as some of these articles probably rather hyperbolically claim. I have a feeling they're just going, they're being kind. Maybe they are friendly, or maybe, well, anyway. Before we get to the one article I have on Tiggy and Charles Pettifer's actual wedding, there was a little bit of a surprise, and I do need to see if I can grab very quickly that tab that the Daily Mail disappeared on me, and here it is. Okay, I have to send it back to myself and pull it up for you. And I'm doing that now. Let's see if this works. Yes, here we go. Okay, so before Tiggy married Charles Pettifer, she apparently dated this guy, Mark Dyer. And if you are familiar with Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex. You might remember this red-haired gentleman was one of his, he was one of Charles's equerries, but what do you call this? A minder? Not bodyguard, but like a manny. I guess he was a kind of manny. Like he was the male Tiggy. Mark Dyer, excuse me, who has also been speculated to. He's one of the handful of gentlemen who have been accused of being Prince Harry's real biological father, and the fact that he has the very, very orange hair, obviously quite natural, as you can see his eyebrows there. Has been accused of being Harry's real, quote-unquote, biological father. Anyway, it's funny. These older pictures of Harry, his hair looks just blonder, much blonder than actual, red or ginger. But anyway, so he's got quite the look, like a very, like if you wanted a redheaded James Bond, he looks like he could, like, look at that look. Pretty fierce, wouldn't you say? Mark Dyer. So anyway, he is also one of the godparents to, I think it was Archie, Prince Harry's son. And yes, it turns out that, there they are together. Now, see, he looks much orangier. Harry's hair looks orangier than it did back then, when his hair looked a little closer to William's, like, sort of dirty blonde, sandy blonde, whatever you want to call that. It somehow has gotten orangier. And there's Mark Dyer, looking very orangey. But anyway, let's see, where's the... Oh, there they are again. And there's Mark. Oh, and that's actually Mark Dyer's own son, his actual biological son, who is Prince Harry's godson. And there's Mark Dyer getting married to his wife. But I'm looking for I thought they had the picture. Oh, and there's Mark with the Duchess of Sussex. Mark Dyer still close. Oh, there's Harry. Why does this look like a still from Gladiator? I mean, the movie. This, for a hot second, his whatever military gear, he was in the Marines, right? His little Marine gear looked like that leather studded chest thing that was it Russell Crowe wears? Movie of the week, if you're there. Do you know what I'm talking about? That little chest plate thing that like a Roman soldier would wear. I don't know what those are called. That's kind of what Harry looked like there for a hot second. Here we go. Here's the picture. There you go. The flame-haired man of action, known to friends as Marco, enjoyed a brief romance with ex-royal nanny Tiggy Legge-Bourke. Well, I guess it wasn't that hard to meet men when they're right there next to you looking after the princes. So there's Mark. And there's that looks like that little, what's that guy? Jamie, the singer guy, married to Sophie Dahl. Are they still married? I haven't thought or heard of either of them in forever. Movie of the week, you might know who I'm talking about, but I don't know if you're still there in the chat. I'm taking a moment to refresh my own memory. What was his name? The little tiny brunette singer man, right? Jamie... Oh, I can remember Sophie Dahl's name, of course. Cullum, Jamie Cullum. I don't know that that's him, but he very much reminds me of him back there. Anyway, so Tiggy and Mark had it going on back in the day. As I said, they're very interconnected, very interwoven, all of these people. And here we go, This was an article from 2020. Here's Mark Dyer and a much older, more recent photograph of Tiggy with her whiter hair. And let's see. There have information about Tiggy and information about Mark Dyer. And that's Mark with Princess Eugenie's husband, Jack Brooksbank. And there they are again. Harry's got, yes, we know that. Pettifer went to the same finishing school as Princess Diana. We know that too. She now runs a bed and breakfast, and we're going to be looking at the bed and breakfast very soon. Dyer helped Harry set up his Sentabale charity. Oh, that was cheesy. I forgot to, I have watched almost every episode of the Sussex's polo show. And that was a trip. If I have time, maybe I will do a little review of that. I don't know how many people have actually watched that show, but there was kind of a cringy bit where they went over the Sentabale charity. And it's always good, I suppose, to publicize a charity, but the way they went about it, it felt odd, like an ad, not like a, I mean, perhaps you know what I mean. There's a way to publicize charity, and then there's a way to make something look like, I don't know, maybe a money grab of some kind. It just was presented oddly. I can't remember the specifics of why I thought that. I'd have to go back and look at the show again. It didn't hold my attention the way that it probably should have. But anyway, maybe that could be a stream for another time. But oh, there we go. This was the photo I was looking for. Look at the two of them. Tiggy and Marco sitting, well, not sitting in a tree, standing on the street. But boy, he looks like quite the dashing, well, I don't want to say womanizer. That makes him sound like a naughty boy. And they're just a couple in love, I suppose, at the time. I wonder if I imagine they've all stayed good friends. It seems like that's the way to go with this group. So there's Tiggy in a clutch with Mark. I wonder what's in his other hand, because you notice she's got her arm up. Probably her other arm up could be. It looks like maybe her other arm is around his neck, but he's just got the one. Hey, babe. I wonder, what is he holding on to? His scooter? Do you think he hopped onto a scooter and scooted away like Charles Pettifer? No. You know, Marco, if he was going to ride anything, it would be an actual motorcycle. A motorcycle with a vroom vroom, not a brrr, like a scooter. Not Marco. Okay, so Tiggy was getting a little of that ginger action back in the day before she hooked up with Charles Pettifer. And who could resist him? Who could resist Charles Pettifer? And you know, movie of the week, I know you have said in the past that you don't believe there are any hot ginger men. Well, went to the wrong, there we go. I guess Mark Dyer could be considered a hot ginger guy. He certainly has that look. He's shooting that blue steel and that ginger steel, I guess. So I guess you're gone, movie of the week, but I did want to know if you would allow Mark Dyer to be a hot ginger. Some people think Prince Harry is a hot ginger. I don't know. I suppose if there were anyone else here, I could ask, put up a poll. Who's the hotter ginger, Mark Dyer or Prince Harry? Well, Tiggy liked the Marco. Until she went back to Charles. So they actually did get married, and, well, we're getting ahead of ourselves there. And here. Oh, there we go. This was the wedding article. And because they are an intensely private couple, we do not have lovely wedding photographs from Tiggy and Charles Pettifer's wedding, but we have this report from October 1999. Apparently, they got married very quickly, because I think this is no more than 2 weeks from the earlier articles we were reading about the engagement, and how Charles Pettifer was saying, well, we're hoping to get this sorted out before Christmas. Well, indeed, they did. They married very quickly after they announced their engagement publicly. And here we go. Tiggy enjoys a right royal wedding. Princes William and could they not have found a better photograph of her for this article? Anyway, Princes William and Harry have watched their former nanny, Tiggy Legge-Bourke, marry at a private family wedding on her parents' Welsh estate. There was no sign of their father, Prince Charles, at Tiggy's marriage to security consultant Charles Pettifer. Guests were served champagne and canapes on the lawn before the wedding party went into a tent on the lawn for the reception. And it must have been beautiful, because as we were looking before the break, where is it? Oh, I closed the window. Let me bring it back. This is where they were marrying. The estate, there you go. It would have gone a little something like this. There you go. They would have been having champagne and caviar. Well, I imagine that the royals were not sitting on little painted crates around a fire pit, but maybe they were. Perhaps they were. And you too can have your wedding where Tiggy Legge-Bourke and Charles Pettifer were married. Look at that. The Penmearth Church. Lovely. The main lawn. Look at that. That could be you. That could be your family members looking kind of glum and rather bored. Could this guy... Aw, did his +1 desert him? Or what happened here? Cheer up, fella. Oh, no. Look at this guy. Ugh. Well, hopefully... Oh, okay. She's smiling. She's happy. One person is happy to be there. Okay, well, your magical day, I'm sure, will be even more magical than that. Oh, and that's, well, it's cute. It's a cute church. Not overly decorated. So there you go. A little imagining of Tiggy and Charles's wedding. And now back to the article. After the service, 34-year-old Tiggy and her new husband posed for photographs on the lawn outside the family's 6,000-acre Glanisk estate, which lies between the Black Mountains and the Brecon Beacons. Tiggy's father, William, had appealed for the media not to intrude on the ceremony, and to make sure the wedding was as private as possible, police put a security cordon around the estate. Well, this was the days before people used drones for getting footage of things. So I suppose if they wanted to do anything more than that on a 6,000-acre estate, I don't know that the telephoto lenses would have worked, but I suppose they would have had to hire helicopters. And I imagine that the Crown would not have been thrilled with that. And Britain being Britain and not the United States. I know that in the United States, someone would have definitely probably tried to hire a plane or a helicopter of some kind, or maybe even gotten an RV toy helicopter and put a camera on it. But Britain, probably not so much. More respectful and more, having to deal with the Crown and a lack of a First Amendment probably, hampers their attempts at violating people's privacy. So, no paper or magazine has been given any rights of exclusivity, nor will be, he said. Ah, yes, in parentheses, we didn't sell the rights to Hello Magazine like all those other celebrities. Got it. Even the guests are being asked not to take photographs. And this being 1999, everyone didn't have a smartphone with photographic capabilities. And they didn't have their social media accounts to post to. So I suppose that would have helped keep things private. And here's a very lousy picture of Tiggy while at a guest at the wedding of Prince Edward and Sophie, now the Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh, and you'll recognize that same quadruple strand pearl choker that we saw her wearing earlier in the stream in another photograph. Okay, the couple have been linked romantically since summer 1998, but they have known each other for years and enjoyed a brief romance as teenagers. We knew that Prince William, 17, had driven his younger brother, 15-year-old Prince Harry, to the estate, which is situated alongside the river Usk. Tiggy, 34, we knew all of this. Well, I'll just read it. Tiggy, 34, joined the Prince of Wales's staff, and of course he was the Prince of Wales then, now the King Charles, in 1993, and became a close companion to the princes following the separation of Prince Charles and Diana, Princess of Wales. She often accompanied the two princes on holiday, and, well, we know this already. Oh, and the abseiling incident. Yes, blah, blah, blah. And again, a lot of redundant information. Believe the couple were to marry at the small Penmearth, I thought it was Penmearth, church on the estate, which has been used for family occasions for years. And we just took a look at it. That little white church, white on the inside. Yes. When Tiggy recently showed off her engagement ring, she declared, "I am extremely happy. I am marrying my rock." Yes, her magic rock. Okay. Now, so Tiggy gets married, and Tiggy basically fades into, well, not obscurity, but kind of the shadows. She's living her private life with her husband. She has her 2 sons and her B&B. So, next, we go to this article from 2010 from the Telegraph. And this is Tiggy Pettifer's fishing tips, from royal duties to reeling beauties. Tiggy Pettifer, Prince Charles's former PA, is proving to be quite a catch these days, says Charlotte Reether. Okay, so here's Tiggy, and there, yes, that's son Tom, the guy who we saw dressed up for the Sussex wedding, the tall boy, and also on the balcony with William and Kate and Grumpy Grace. So, let's read it. In her former life, she was Tiggy Legge-Bourke, personal assistant to HRH, the Prince of Wales, and occasional companion to the young princes, not their nanny, as was widely reported. Oh, okay, we're going to quibble over semantics. She was a nanny. But Tiggy Pettifer should not be underestimated, as she perhaps once was. These days, she is a fishing instructor and also runs a successful farmhouse bed and breakfast, Tir Haunter, in the Brecon Beacons, Wales, and we're going to look at it in just a couple minutes. This is the first time since Tiggy left royal life that she has spoken to the public. "I am very proud of having worked for the Prince of Wales," she says. "But I had a life before as a schoolmistress for 9 years, and now I teach fishing and run my B&B. Yes, remember Miss Tiggy Winkles. Tiggy has always given the boys a run for their money, especially on the fishing front. I once had 2 days on the Spey and caught 11 fish, 2 of which were 21 pounds each." I assume she means weight and not money. "Those were my glory days. We used to go up to Scotland a lot. I loved going on the boys' tour because you didn't have to worry about makeup. You could just talk about fishing all day, and no one ever gave a monkey's bottom that you were a chick." A monkey's bottom. Now, Tiggy wants to pass on her experience to children and women. "The young today are so computered up. They just don't realize that being down by the river, whether building a bonfire, watching a kingfisher dip past you, or identifying trees, can be an adventure. I wonder if she teaches them to identify the larch." The larch. Movie of the week, I missed your chat where you called Charles Pettifer Tiggy's pet rock. Yes, pet rock. Pet magic rock. He's magical. Okay, continuing the article. "I've always taken mates' children to the river to catch a trout or help them play a fish for the first time." Play a fish? Can you tell who isn't a fisherwoman? Me. "But I wanted to learn how to teach people properly," Tiggy says. "We pile into the Batmobile, a golf buggy cum quad, and head to the Usk. The scenery is a gift to the soul." I would agree with that. "The dogs play on the rocks and in the water as Tiggy teaches me to cast. She makes it look so easy, but after a couple of tries, I discovered that this is an art I am not going to master in an afternoon. Just find something to aim at, like a rock, and gently cast," she says. "By focusing on a piece of driftwood, I begin to place my fly accurately on the water. You're a natural," she says. "All you need to do is practice. You can do that at the bottom of the garden. Once you've cracked it, there's nothing quite like a screaming salmon reel." Fresh salmon. That sounds delicious. She's convincing me to move to Wales. I think I would like to live in Wales and catch salmon. I would like Tiggy to teach me. "Much to my disappointment, I wasn't the beginner who walked away with a big fish. It did nothing for my pride when I learnt that Tiggy caught her first trout aged 4. Never mind, though. Squash and flapjacks are waiting for me back at the farmhouse. These days, Tiggy is charged with even more of a menagerie than the royal family. We have 4 dogs, 3 ponies, 11 sheep, 1 budgie, 2 goldfish, 4 boys, some ducks, and Ethel the chicken, she says. I like how the boys are in the middle of the lineup, and only the chicken gets a name. There's 1 budgie, but we don't name the budgie. We name the chicken, Ethel. Budgie, of course, being a parakeet for anyone who doesn't speak budgie. Her husband of 11 years, Charles Pettifer, isn't there to lend a helping hand at the moment. After leaving the army, Charles now works in the security industry. He'll be away for 5.5 months this time. I'm counting down the days. 5.5 months at a time? What could he possibly have been doing in 2010 that he was gone for 5.5 months? What trouble area would need Charles Pettifer to show up and be gone for 5.5 months on a consulting job? I wonder. Couldn't find any information about that. Anyway, continuing the article, her youngest sons, Tom, 7, and Fred, 8, are at school locally. Ed, 17, and Harry, 15, from Charles's previous marriage, are at boarding school. And, of course, Ed being Edward, the man who lost his life in the New Orleans attack. The farmhouse is a stone's throw from Glannisk Park, the Legge-Bourke family estate. With huge swathes of the Beacons and the River Usk to explore, her lifestyle is straight out of Swallows and Amazons. The Brits love that book, don't they? I've been lucky enough to have been in the river on my pony with my musket almost since day 1, Tiggy says. My mother has always done everything. She fishes, shoots, stalks, and hunts, and my father was a great believer in his girls doing all of it if they wanted to, she says. But with 4 boys and a business to run, there just isn't the time to do everything these days. I still go shooting. The whole family goes out on the estate. Home is blessed with pheasant, partridge, grouse, snipe, and woodcock. Well, they're eating well. What with that and the salmon and the trout, my goodness. Talk about self-sustaining. I mean, it's just, what a dream. As a child, my father made us walk around with an empty, bang, a tool that hurls projectiles at a high rate of speed. YouTube doesn't care for them. As a child, my father made me walk around with an empty, you-know-what, for a year. If he saw us do anything remotely dodgy, there's that word again, we were penalized for another 6 months, Tiggy says. Well, that's one way to teach responsibility. I ask her if she's ever come across prejudice from male guns when out shooting. Oh, there, I said it anyway. Oh, well. Oh, God, yes, she says. I was always asked, are you safe? And I thought, actually, back off, boys. I've been shot twice, but never by a woman. And that's the end of the article. She claims she's been shot twice, but doesn't explain how, why, by whom. When, where, under what circumstances, how bad were her injuries, what went on. I've been shot twice, but never by a woman. Once by Prince William, once by Prince Harry. One just fills in the gaps because one doesn't know. I would think that the journalist might say, really, how did that happen? What, did you go on a trip with, I don't know. I can't even imagine that you could just casually drop that you've been shot twice and nobody follows up with a question. Anyway, she looks great for a lady who's taken, 2, taken lead twice. She looks, I wonder how many times they've all caught lead. I mean, this is just, What a crazy thing to say casually. And she's not like a gang member or something. Well, I guess in a way she is. This is kind of a gang. It's like a crown gang, the people who surround the royal family. So as you may be wondering, Tiggy's B&B, what is it like? Well, it's on TripAdvisor. Here you go. Number 1 in Glyphise. Glyphise. I looked it up. Unless Google Translate is incorrect, it's Glyphise. Tierhanter Glyphise, Brecon Beacons National Park, Wales. So these are we'll look at the photos first. That's, I guess, the main house. Look at that view. Lovely, charming. There you go. Beautiful. Blue skies. A charming little room. Guest room. House again. Oh, look, it says Tiggy's Treats in the little container on the dining table there. You can have a Tiggy treat. I wonder if that's for the dogs, though. I wonder if those are people treats or animal treats, or maybe some of both. Maybe you can share. That is just gorgeous. Come on now. Look at that. The Black Hills, I suppose. Black Mountains, I mean. Lovely. Oh, there's the tractor. I wonder if that's their Kubota. I wonder if they share the same mower with Harry. Oh, look at that carving. It's a fish coming out of the water. It looks sideways, but you get it. Neat. And you can see, oh, look, it's a black lab. And a pink rose. Awesome. Okay, so that is Tiggy's B&B. Now, the real delight, you want a book? Let's go. Good rating, 4.5, very good. Sleep quality, 5.0, excellent. Okay. Romantic style. So, if you notice, there are 14 excellent reviews, 1 very good review, and 1 terrible review. Well, all the good ones are bound to be boring, so of course we have to read the terrible review. That's going to be the interesting one. So, okay, just a quick perusal of the good ones. Welcomed with tea and delicious brownies when we arrived. That does sound lovely. Tiggy and Charlie. Ooh, Charlie was home. Oh, there's the bad one. Okay, we'll come back to that. Amazing, one-of-a-kind B&B. Tiggy taught our children how to fly fish, whilst we were fed up, I think they meant well-fed, on homemade treats and cakes. Yes, Tiggy is an incredibly generous host, and I can't recommend visiting her one-off bit of paradise enough. Now, okay, these are all really, really, really great reviews. I assume that this is the typical experience, and I would definitely want to spend time at Tiggy's B&B. And I'm saying that as a caveat because this is the one really, really bad review. But it's kind of funny. And I do not believe that this is a representation of a visit to Tiggy's B&B based on the many good reviews, the other good reviews. So here we go. This is from user Amusto. They have made 11 contributions to TripAdvisor. 1 star, or 1 circle? 1 green circle. Buyer beware. Now, this is from December 2019, so many years ago. The house and location was as listed, and the rooms inside are lovely and quaint. What one does not know is that the owners smoke. And this is in the common areas where the guests stay. The only thing separating the guests section and the owners section is a sofa. We did have big, wonderful home-cooked breakfasts, but did not have the full teas the other reviewers raved about. On the last night, a fire broke out in the upstairs owner's space. Oh my! We were downstairs, and the only thing that woke us up was the screaming of our travel companion, and not, I repeat, not the smoke alarms. This happened after midnight. The owner said she lit a candle and it fell over, ... I'm going to call those the ellipses of doubt. Thankfully, no one was hurt, but you certainly take your chances with people you don't know who smoke at night. Fire department was called and they arrived 10 minutes after furniture that was on fire was tossed out the windows. The furniture was on fire, so they threw it out the window. They threw it. I am reading Movie of the Week's comments in the chat. One to the odd sentiment to end an article on, meaning the article where Tiggy talks about being shot twice with no other explanation. And then your emoji reacting to, I imagine, the fire in the B&B where they threw burning furniture out a second floor window. Now, that sounds horrifying, but what a great story. And do you get a refund? They didn't mention getting a refund or anything, although they also didn't mention complaining about it. So I'm a little unclear. I would say the bad review is a bit concerning. And if you don't take to cigarette smoke, and that's a problem, I could see that being a no for you. But I would imagine it would be perfectly okay to stay at this B&B, but I would absolutely, definitely want a ground floor room with windows easily accessible to the outside. And I think I would bring a portable smoke and CO2 detector. But other than that, I would be happy to stay at Tiggy's B&B and have homemade brownies and learn how to fly fish. But I would worry a little bit about the fire thing. But it was only one review, and it was only one fire. A candle fell over. We didn't drink too much. We didn't have too much sloe gin, too many nips of sloe gin while we were smoking and fall asleep and set a sofa, or what did he say? Furniture. It doesn't say which furniture. They defenestrated their own furnishings. What a great story. I mean, come on. And Tiggy, comment? I think this is Tiggy's comment to the TripAdvisor post. I'll just leave that up there for you all to enjoy for a little bit. It's a great, that would be a great, like, meme reaction, I think. The side-eye. Up with Grumpy Grace Van Cutsum on the balcony, which I enjoy. I'm also enjoying Tiggy's sort of side-eye face. I don't know what exactly you would want to call that, but I do enjoy this look. I'm leaving that up there. I'm waiting to see if Movie of the Week has a response, since I know there is a delay. Anyway, I will be curious to see if, when the stream ends, if YouTube chooses this photograph for our thumbnail, which I think would be lovely. Okay, and I see that as I've been streaming, the Daily Mail has flipped over my tabs. Remember I mentioned earlier in the stream that the one thing I really dislike about the Daily Mail, well, there's more than one thing, but one thing I really, really, really dislike about the Daily Mail is that you can leave a tab up, but if you leave it open for too long, they will eventually cycle it back to their main page. And that's very rude, especially since I checked all of my tabs before I started the stream, and they were all fine. And now I've lost a couple, so I'm going to have to go pull those back up. But right now, let's move ahead. So that article, oh goodness, was from 2010. Now we move forward to 2018. Whatever happened to royal nanny Tiggy Legge-Bourke? Prince Harry has reportedly taken his fiancée, Meghan Markle, which she was at the time, now the wife, to meet Tiggy Legge-Bourke, the woman he turned to for comfort following his mother's tragic death in August 1997. And oh yes, that right up there with the Sussex's Polo series is the trailer for the cooking show, the lifestyle show. I'm a little unclear. The Megan show. I guess the polo is kind of Harry's thing, even though the polo show doesn't show Harry that much. I honestly thought there would be more Harry in the polo show, but there wasn't that much Harry. It looks like the Megan show is very much Megan, but or it shows her more than the polo show did not focus on Harry, and I was a little disappointed there was not more Harry, but it looks like if you want more Megan, you will definitely get it with the cooking show. They deliver on that promise. So, but back to Tiggy. Okay, there's Tiggy. The royal family was at Balmoral that fateful night in August 1997 when the news came through that Diana, Princess of Wales, had been unalived in Paris. Her sons William and Harry were naturally devastated, and things were made worse by the fact that the person who could have been expected to give them most succor I hate that word, at such a time, terrible time, their father, Prince Charles, then Prince, now King, had to leave for the French capital within hours in order to escort their mother's body back to Britain. Thank heavens for the presence of Tiggy Legge-Bourke. She was the young woman who had joined the royal household 4 years earlier as an assistant to Charles's private secretary, Commander Richard Aylard, before morphing into the prince's nanny, the Nanny Don't Call Me Nanny, thanks to her experience running her Battersea nursery, Mrs. Tiggy Winkles. Although an earlier article said that she got the job because her family were friends with Prince Charles and the royal family, which, yeah, that's surely how she got the job. And of course, here is a photograph of Harry and Meghan. Oh, and they're in Wales, or I don't know that they're in Wales. I take that back. That could be Wales. I don't know that location, but look at all the Welsh flags. This must be Wales. Well, he was Prince Harry of Wales. And now he is, to paraphrase Princess Margaret, he's Prince Harry of nothing. Not really, but when Princess Margaret, Queen Elizabeth II's younger sister, when their father became king, she was told that she was going to, formerly, she was Princess Margaret of York because their father had been Duke of York. And then the of York was removed and she would just be called Princess Margaret. And she was disappointed that instead of being Princess Margaret of York, she would be Princess Margaret of nothing. And of course, the of nothing isn't really of nothing, it's of the UK, but and it's a higher status title than Princess of York. The Princess Margaret of York is less high status than Princess Margaret, meaning the monarch's child, but as a child, you can imagine she was, or not a child, but, she was a little disappointed by that. But anyway, so let's go back to the article. Okay. Yes, she became so close, Tiggy did, to her young charges that it wasn't long before she was referring to them as my babies. And yesterday we were reminded of the ongoing bond between Tiggy and William and Harry when it was reported that the younger prince had introduced her to his fiancée, Meghan Markle, during a trip to Cardiff, a city just 40 miles from Tiggy's country home. Now 52, and with her hair dyed blonde, or white, it looks like, actually, she looks very different from the vivacious 30-something who became the subject of outrageous rumors in the aftermath of Charles and Diana's separation in 1992. Today, Tiggy, who left royal service in 1999 to get married, lives with her husband Charles Pettifer, a former officer in the Coldstream Guards, in a farmhouse called Tierhunter in the Brecon Beacons. The couple kept in touch. We know all of this already. And, okay, yes. And yes, Harry sat with Tiggy in the audience at £21,000 a year Cothill House boarding school in Oxfordshire in 2012 to watch Fred's appearance, meaning Tiggy's son, Fred Pettifer, Appearance in Oh, What a Night, Night with a K, Knight, a musical based on the life of King Arthur, written by the school's music teacher. Well, you would have to be pretty close to bother to go to a kid's, school play. Tiggy's husband, Charles, a globe-trotting security consultant, spends long periods abroad. Well, we've learned now that he's apparently retired, but yes, in one interview in 2010, the one we just read, Tiggy revealed that his latest job meant he would be away from home for 5.5 months. I'm still wondering what would cause you to be away for 5.5 months. But she has her hands full in any case running a bed and breakfast business from Tier Hunter. A double room costs £100 a night, and she only accepts checks or cash according to her website because cards are too technical. A cash or check only business sounds... Well, I would say it sounds sketchy and sus, but this being Tiggy, the former royal nanny, I'm sure she's not up to anything sketchy or sus. Or dodgy. I'm sure she's not up to anything dodgy, other than setting fire to furniture and throwing it out a window. But beyond that, I'm sure nothing dodgy money-wise. Okay, yes, and we know that it is close to her family estate. And yeah, I like this term. Okay. And guests would be hard-pressed to find a better instructor. The proprietor of the establishment, once judged one of the top 10 B&Bs in the country by Olive magazine, caught her first trout at the age of 4 and passed her advanced salmon exams in 2012. I repeat, advanced salmon exams. A term I've never heard before. I'm not sure if that's a joke. I could see that could possibly be a thing, but I could also see that being a joke. I'd like to think it's a real thing because that sounds fun. Advanced salmon exams. Your AP salmon exam is scheduled for this Thursday. Anyway, here's another photo of Tiggy with Harry, who looks very much redder in this photo. His hair looks redder. I said, I love Harry and Tiggy, yes. I said before that in a lot of photographs when Harry was younger, his hair looked blonder, closer to William's hair color. But now that he's gotten older, it looks darker and redder. But in this photograph, it looks rather red. I guess it's the lighting in the photo. I guess it depends on the lighting and the camera. Okay, oh yeah, so here, now we're going to get into a little bit more of the stuff we're going to discuss in this next section, which is the issue with the BBC, the lawsuit, Martin Bashir, Panorama, and the allegations, the rumors about Tiggy's relationship with then Prince Charles, now King Charles, the alleged affair, which they say didn't happen. Okay, it's an improbably bucolic existence for a woman who was so often in the headlines during the 1990s, thanks to a toxic relationship with her employer's ex-wife. Diana grew convinced that her estranged husband was having an affair with a woman who once confessed she had developed a schoolgirl crush on the prince in the days when he used to visit her family at their Welsh estate. Oh, well, maybe Diana was reminded of the schoolgirl crush she had on Prince Charles, who used to visit her family's estate. While the princess's fears were unfounded, her suspicion clouded her view of Tiggy thereafter. Matters were not helped when William, at the age of 13, avoided the difficult choice over which parent to invite to Eton's traditional 4th of June celebrations by asking both of them not to attend. However, his parents were reported to be taken aback when he invited the nanny, nicknamed Tiggy, after her love of Beatrix Potter's hedgehog, to attend in their place. The relationship between the boys and Tiggy became even closer following their mother's death. once described as a cross between a loving liberal mother and a slightly wild big sister, she would holiday with William and Harry, load their ponies into trailers before polo lessons, and while away hours with them outdoors, fishing, climbing, go-karting, and hunting rabbits. And we heard all about Harry's first rabbit earlier. But in 1998, an incident occurred that threatened to lead to Tiggy's dismissal. It emerged that she had allowed William and Harry to abseil down a 160-foot-high dam without safety lines or helmets, or boots, as the earlier article mentioned. She survived the ensuing fallout, but only just. No article seems to be able to be written about Tiggy without mentioning the abseiling incident, which of course is major, because if you weren't here to hear the earlier article that described how Tiggy took Prince William and Prince Harry, what was it at that time, second and third in line to the British throne, to go down, abseil down a 160-foot Welsh dam without helmets on or without safety lines. Does that make sense? Imagine the headlines. Imagine the crisis that would have occurred, especially if it had been William. If there had been an accident, it would have been very, very, very bad indeed. So the very next year, Tiggy left Charles's employ for good. She would seem to be a racing certainty to attend Prince Harry's wedding, and indeed she was. But the famously discreet former royal retainer is remaining tight-lipped. "I have absolutely nothing to say," she said when the Daily Express called her yesterday. Absolutely nothing. Indeed. And now, unfortunately, the Daily Mail ate my next tab, and I have been streaming for a little over 3 hours, so I am going to take another quick break. I am going to use my time to regain my lost tabs, and then we will go into the final segment of our stream on Tiggy Legge-Bourke Pettifer, the former royal nanny to Princes William and Harry, who sadly has come to media attention again because of the unfortunate loss in the New Orleans attack earlier this month, barely a week ago, of her stepson and godson, Edward Pettifer, 31, who was, as far as I know, the only non-U.S. Victim of that incident, who you can see him on your screen right now. So I am going to take a brief break and get my tabs back, and then we will wrap up this stream with a little bit more information about Tiggy and her lawsuit with the BBC, and then we will just take a little look at her mother and her brother, and there is a lovely video of Sean Legge-Bourke, Tiggy's mom, and that's something really special, and that would be worth sticking around for. So while I'm on break, this is French Dip Empire. I am the Empress, and I would love it if you could hit the like button, subscribe, and go ahead, share this with anyone you feel would enjoy this type of thing. I'm taking my break, and I will be back within about 10 minutes. Welcome back. This is French Dip Empire, and I am the Empress. We are talking about former royal nanny Tiggy Legge-Bourke Pettifer, and I managed to get my missing tabs back. So we are going to continue talking about Tiggy. And next up, well, that's that's just great. Now I have to try to adjust my window because as I scroll down to look at this article, the Daily Mail has an article talking about Rihanna's lingerie that basically looks like a ad for something that I don't think I really want to be displaying on the family-friendly stream, so to speak. Photographs are a little explicit, so I have to adjust my window. And now let's take a look at the article. Okay, so as I mentioned, Tiggy had a dispute with the BBC over some of their reporting and specifically an interview that Martin Bashir, their journalist, did with the late Princess Diana. Now, this article is from March 2021, and then there's a follow-up article, not from the Daily Mail, but from a different publication that will explain what happened after this. So what a difference 1 year made in what happened. So this is Richard Kay. Of all those smeared by the BBC's Martin Bashir Princess Diana scandal, none has been so wounded as Tiggy Legge-Bourke with his fake, and if you have eyes on the screen, you can see the word. I don't want to say it because of YouTube, and I don't want to discuss the issue, so we will just say what should we call that? Well, ending of a pregnancy, a fake end of a pregnancy smear. Okay, here goes the article. And that is, of course, Princess Diana. All she ever wanted was a contented life as an ordinary loving wife and mother. But Tiggy Legge-Bourke has never been able to escape the consequences of her time as nanny, actually she says don't call her nanny, companion, to Prince William and Prince Harry. Instead of the happiest of memories, her years with the royal family are now tainted with a dark legacy. Outrageous and false claims that she'd had an affair with Prince Charles, now of course King Charles, and an end of a pregnancy were said to have helped convince Princess Diana to give her panorama interview to Martin Bashir. Yesterday, these allegations took an even more grotesque twist with the claim that Bashir showed the princess a faked receipt for the termination of Tiggy's pregnancy. And there's Tiggy, and I don't like to make a frivolous comment after we've been discussing something so serious, but I have to say, as I mentioned before, I was talking about Tiggy's great head of hair. Well, there you go. There's her very healthy head of hair. And that is quite a lady suit on her. I don't know if that's quite tweed, but it is very tweedy if it is not actually tweed. That is a very, very boxy suit, lady suit. Okay, so that's Tiggy. As the Mail reported, the shocking claim, excuse me, well, shocking and things just keep getting worse and worse. If you look at the little trending thing here, heartbreak for the Sussexes as Meghan's pet dog dies. And it's her beagle. Well, I thought she had two. I don't know if that's Bogart. I know that there were two dogs. I thought one was left behind, one was taken to England, one was left in Canada, one of them had a broken leg. There was a lot of drama and weird discussion regarding the pets. So this must be doubly difficult for Harry because compounding the loss of his friend Edward Pettifer, who we mentioned at the top of the stream, that was the origin of this renewed interest in Edward Pettifer's stepmother, Tiggy Legge-Bourke Pettifer, was his untimely demise in New Orleans in the attack on Bourbon Street. And while Harry is still in mourning for his friend and surely wanting to support Tiggy, now he's lost a pet and has to support his wife in the loss of her pet. Well, as they say, when it rains, it pours. So I guess we'll send good thoughts and good vibes to everyone in this situation because they certainly need it. Well, that's just terrible. Poor little pupper. Okay, well, let's get back to the Tiggy article. As the Mail reported, the shocking claim has been submitted in evidence to Lord Dyson, the distinguished former Supreme Court judge who is heading an inquiry into the methods used by Bashir to get his exclusive interview, and how the BBC is said to have covered them up. Of all the figures drawn into the vortex of the Panorama story, none surely was less deserving than Tiggy, who is now married with 2 sons and 2 stepsons. As a young woman hired by Prince Charles to look after William and Harry, her job should have been innocently straightforward. During term time breaks with their father and in the school holidays, Tiggy was recruited to help entertain them. She was with them on the ski slopes in the Swiss resort of Cloisters, on yachts during summer cruises, and was once photographed at the wheel of a Land Rover as a bang-bang-toting Harry took pot shots at rabbits out of the passenger window. I don't know. Maybe they do things differently in Britain, but as far as I know, it's not proper hunting etiquette to crank out shots from your car. I mean, it's not like you're on safari hunting lions and tigers. Usually you get out of the vehicle and stalk your prey. It's more of the sporting. It's sort of putting the sport into sporting. It's not much of a sport anyway. And so here, this photograph down here from 1995, it says, the Daily Mail is really... Oh, Movie of the Week said, I think that was window pane tweed on Tiggy's lady suit. I will trust your judgment on this Movie of the Week. I think that's a good guess, but I am not an expert. Okay. All right. So the Daily Mail is really excellent at throwing shade. And one of the best ways they do it is through the photographs that they choose for their articles. I know a lot of people hate the Daily Mail with a passion that burns brighter than 1,000 suns. But it does serve its purpose. And one of the things that the editors of the paper like to do, or whoever's in charge of the captions and the photographs, the photographic editor, the captions editor, whoever, they love to post things like this. Now, if you notice, the caption says, unfairly maligned, Tiggy with Charles at Balmoral in August 1995. But if you look at the photograph, they're like in between the Land Rovers or vehicles. This one's a Land Rover. And they're together, like face to face, noses inches apart. Her hand is up on his shoulder, and he's sort of looking down at her as though they are about to embrace. Now, people who know one another well embrace. They hug hello and goodbye. You might even give a peck on the cheek or whatnot. And depending on where you're coming from, you might do the double kiss. You might even do the triple. Mwah, mwah, mwah. They might only be air kisses. We don't know. The fact is that if someone decided to take a photograph of you and you merely blinked, if the camera caught you in mid-blink, anyone could take that photograph and say that you were intoxicated, that you were unhappy, that you were ill, anything, right? Bored at a wedding, perhaps. And it would look suggestive, but it doesn't actually present the fullness of the moment, the full moment, not that micro moment. So we can't say, although this looks very much like a couple in a romantic clinch, about to have a makeout session, perhaps, although hopefully not in front of all of the people around here. You just can't say. They could just be standing there. It could just be, oh, hello. Oh, you have something on your shoulder. Let me wipe it off. It could be anything. But the fact that they put the photograph of them looking like they're gonna kiss, or have just, I think just about, and then writes unfairly maligned, makes it seem like they're calling them out as liars. I'm not saying that's what they are doing, and I'm not saying they are liars. I'm saying that's what they're making it seem like. And by the way, that's Zara Phillips' Tyndall there through the window. So this is quite a while ago, because she looks fairly, well, yes, it was 1995, okay. And then this is Tiggy, 2019, this was at Archie's christening. She is Archie's godmother, one of them, and there she is with her fabulously well-coordinated red-framed glasses to go with her red and white dress. And again, if my eyes don't deceive me, that is that same 4-strand pearl choker that we've seen Tiggy wear at other fancy occasions. So, continuing with the article, but to Princess Diana, there was nothing innocent or straightforward about Tiggy's employment. Diana was suspicious of the larger-than-life former nursery school teacher who seemed so indispensable to her estranged husband and who had fast become a surrogate mother to William and Harry. The younger woman had formed a close and affectionate relationship with the boys, and Diana, destabilized by her presence, was jealous. As the months passed, Tiggy found herself dragged ever more into the royal marriage crisis. All the same, it took a dramatic leap to change the nanny's position from blameless bystander to that of an alleged active participant. As the Mail revealed last year, it coincided with the arrival of Martin Bashir, who had been introduced to the princess by her brother, Earl Spencer, in September 1995. Earl, of course, being his title, not his name. 2 months before the interview in which she famously claimed, "There were 3 of us in this marriage." But of course that supposedly referred to Camilla Parker Bowles, now Queen Camilla. And of course here is a photograph of Tiggy and her husband Charles Pettifer, and you recognize that necklace. I know you do. I know you do. He has a little bit of that thing. Who calls her that? Is that Michael Kay from Delisted? Who came up with that term ceiling eyes for that woman, Audrina? Patridge, right? I always want to say Partridge, but it's Patridge, isn't it? I forget what show that was. I did not watch it. It was one of those, like, The O.C., The Hills, the something like that. Audrina, that one of those girls. Excuse me. Called her ceiling eyes. Someone online used to call her ceiling eyes because she had that thing where, I think it's a form of sanpaku eyes, actually. It's where you have your eyes, but the bottom, like the white on the bottom of the eye shows, you know, like below the iris pupil part of your eye, the white below that shows. Like you see, I mean, it does look like Charles is looking up though, so I'll give him a break, but her eyes look quite normal. He looks like he has ceiling eyes. So anyway, I just noticed that. Oh, I haven't been checking the chat. I really need to. As I mentioned at the top of the stream, new year, new throne room, new streaming setup, and I'm not used to it yet, as you may have been able to tell. I've had a few blips, but I haven't been checking my chat the way that I need to be. And I missed Movie of the Week, who said, no, you're supposed to stop, not considered sporting to shoot from the Jeep. Yes. I feel as though Tiggy was maybe not the best influence on the boys. You know, maybe having a wild older sister to look after you after your mom has died and you're a teen boy coming into your adolescence with all that goes with that. I don't know that the woman who's giving you nips of booze, letting you, crank shots out of a car window and let you abseil down a cliff wall basically with no helmet on is the best judgment. But I don't know, after all of the streams that I've done about the Norwegian royal family and how they've been raising the crown princess's son Marius, it just doesn't seem like the royal families have the best handle on how to raise children. Maybe they're too busy, but they do have a lot of funds and ability to hire people to do a good job for them. So it does make one wonder. I still can't believe that the personal protection officers for the princes would have allowed them to go abseiling without helmets. But anyway, I suppose they are mere servants of the crown themselves and must do what they are told by their royal charges. I don't know how that works. Okay, so continuing the article. At their meeting, Bashir produced an extraordinary dossier of smears about Prince Charles and other royals calculated to feed Diana's paranoias. They included the jaw-dropping claim that the prince was in love with Tiggy and that the two were planning a holiday together. Well, it seemed like they were going on a lot of holidays anyway. Preposterous as they sounded, Diana believed them. Indeed, the princess became so obsessed with the idea that Miss Legge-Bourke was pregnant by Charles and had lost the baby, that she confronted her about it at a Christmas party for palace staff. Ooh, shocking. That must have been so dramatic and very inappropriate. Tiggy threatened legal action. Wow, I mean, you almost never do that sort of thing. And Sir Robert, now Lord Fellows, the Queen's private secretary, and Diana's brother-in-law. Yes, he is now Baron Fellows, and he's married to Diana's older sister, Lady Jane, I think it is, not Sarah. Jane, yeah. Okay, launched an investigation. His inquiries proved the princess's claims were groundless, and if you couldn't guess, Lord Fellows' allegiance is definitely to the crown, not to his wife's sister. According to sources, it doesn't mean that it isn't true. I'm just stating a fact. I have no idea if the claims were based in reality or not. Everyone says it wasn't true, so there you go. According to sources, Lord Dyson has been made aware that Princess Diana was convinced about the end of the pregnancy after Bashir showed her paperwork purporting to be a receipt for the termination. Not long after meeting the BBC man, the princess had a conversation with her lawyer, Lord Mishcon, in which she told him about the termination and that she would soon be in receipt of a certificate. Lord Mishcon's note on this conversation was read out during the inquest in London into Diana's death. Since details emerged in November last year, royal aides, servants, and friends of the princess all found themselves tarnished by Bashir's sensational dossier. But none have been as maligned as Tiggy, who was just 26 when she started working for the Prince of Wales in 1993 on the recommendation of Prince William's godmother, Lady Susan Hussey, a lady-in-waiting to the Queen. Now, wait a minute. I think this is the third time that we've heard. You know, this is like who was the matchmaker for Harry and Meghan. There have been so many different stories about who, was the person who introduced them to one another, who was the actual matchmaker. And so now with Tiggy, we've heard the Lady Susan Hussey story. There was also that, what was the other one? The second one. And then the first one was, of course, her family are friends with the crown, which we know her family have been serving the crown since Victorian times. They're pages of honor. They're ladies in waiting. They did not need Lady Susan Hussey to recommend Tiggy. So, again, I'm mildly confused about that. Anyway, Lady Susan Hussey, for British royal family watchers and followers, might remember that this was the woman who was tasked with helping welcome the new royal brides into the household. And she was one of the people who was assigned to Meghan. And I guess that didn't work out so well. As you recall, this was also the lady who got into trouble. A couple years ago, there was a event at the palace, and this lady, Susan Hussey, was accused of some inappropriate speech related to, she asked someone, "Where are you really from?" And the woman was a British woman of Caribbean heritage. And she allegedly said, where are you really from? Which, of course, would be rude. But whatever. It was a tempest in a teapot and a whole thing. And everyone got a lot of media attention. And I guess they were happy for that. But anyway, I have no opinion about Lady Susan Hussey. In that regard, I don't know her. So I don't know what she said. I wasn't there. No opinion. But that's who that lady is, and you may remember that little fuss that was made a couple years ago. So that's Lady Susan Hussey, who may or may not have recommended Tiggy. Don't think I believe that, but anyway. Okay, Tiggy, who was paid a salary of £18,000 a year, had impeccable connections, we know. Both her mother and aunt were ladies-in-waiting to Princess Anne. Her brother had been a page of honor to the Queen, and another ancestor had been Lord Chamberlain to King George V. King George V was the great-grandfather of the current King Charles III. Charles himself used to shoot on the Legge-Bourke's Glannask estate in South Wales, and he knew the family well. Well, he used to shoot on the estate. I wonder if King Charles shot Tiggy. Could he have been one of the two? This is one of those mysteries that I would really love to know. Who shot Tiggy? She's been shot twice and she won't tell us by whom. Shot twice. Okay. Tiggy's job, however, would require both diplomacy and discretion, and it wasn't long before there were clashes with Diana. As endless photographs emerged of Tiggy playing poo sticks with the boys and other rough and tumble activities, Diana wondered about hiring a male nanny, aka a manny, as we all know, as a surrogate father for when the two boys were with her. Maybe that's where Dyer came in. And then they started having an affair of their own, allegedly. They looked pretty involved in that embracing photo, did they not? Outdoorsy and a lover of country pursuits, especially shooting and fishing, Tiggy was remembered at Heathfield, the girls' boarding school at Ascot, for being reliable, capable, and very responsible, although not in the least bit academic. Well, that doesn't make you a bad person. And here is Tiggy and Harry at his passing out from what was it? Sandhurst. Yes, the passing out parade, which in my mind conjures up a bunch of people literally falling to the ground, but that's not what that means. And of course, the 4-strand choker. You can't see the clasp, but you know it's the same one. In many ways, Tiggy was just what William and Harry needed. Part servant, part big sister, part mother. I don't think those roles should all be in one, but okay. But her closeness to the boys stirred maternal jealousies in Diana, especially when she learned that Tiggy liked to refer to the boys as my babies. She believed the nanny had too much influence, not only over the boys, but also over Charles. You know, it's kind of interesting. Diana didn't hire a manny to mind the boys when she had them, right? But for some reason, Charles hired Tiggy. I guess he felt he was too busy to do those parenting activities. I don't know. Anyway, and not uncommon, parents, especially the mothers, often get, jealous of the relationship that's a nanny establishes with the child or children. It's not uncommon. And if you've ever been raised yourself, perhaps by a nanny, or if you've known anyone, the emotional bonding usually happens if it's a long-term situation. Sometimes even if it's a short-term situation, unfortunately, children can bond with their nannies much more than they bond with their parents, although they still have that weird emotional mental tie to their parents, but the actual bonding goes on with the nanny, but the allegiance, there's a weird allegiance to the parents, but a weird bonding with the nanny. It's very confusing. Not the best way to raise children as far as I can tell, but sometimes the nannies do a better job than the parents, so there you go. Okay, back to the article. It certainly didn't help matters when, unwisely, Tiggy said of her royal charges, "I give them what they need. Fresh air, a rifle, and a horse. She," meaning Diana, "gives them a tennis racket and a bucket of popcorn at the movies." Tiggy, Tiggy, Tiggy. You're supposed to keep your mouth shut. But after Martin Bashir came into the print, and that just shows that clearly she felt empowered and emboldened with her relationship with Charles and the crown, because otherwise they would never say a thing. They would never say anything that someone that close to the crown, these, crown orbiters, if you will, they would never say anything like that, so critical. They would just keep, never complain, never explain. Well, if you're, saying a snarky remark about the boy's mother, I mean, that's not nice to the boys, first and foremost. And, it's indiscreet of an employee. So that she felt emboldened to speak out like that, I think speaks volumes about her relationship with the royal family. Continuing the article, but after Martin Bashir came into the princess's life, Diana allowed herself to become convinced that Tiggy and Charles were having an affair, even though she once told me Charles would, quote, "never sleep with a servant," unquote. She became convinced it was true. Well, that's funny because, well, I certainly don't want to go into this can of worms, but there have certainly been allegations about Charles having another affair with someone who I believe could rightly be called a servant. I believe your valet or valet could be called a servant. I think that's appropriate. And I was pretty sure Diana was the one who flipped her wig. Well, not that she wore wigs, but euphemistically speaking, over discovering the very close relationship that Charles had with that man. I said man. I could name him. But, I mean, well, it's a rumor. It's not a fact. I don't know. I can't say I believe it. But Michael Fawcett, well, those rumors have been out there for a very, very, very long time. I don't know. So, whatever. If Diana said that Charles would never sleep with a servant, then I suppose that would cover both Tiggy Legge-Bourke Pettifer and Michael Fawcett. So there you go. Continuing with the article. Oh, movie of the week in the chat says, wow, she put her foot in it. Yes, you mean Tiggy. Well, she didn't, though. She didn't, because she didn't get in trouble. Okay. Many believe it was Bashir who fed this frenzied belief. It was ludicrous, but at the time, Diana was beleaguered and felt isolated, says a friend. Also, it coincided with Charles being encouraged by some courtiers to drop Camilla, meaning Camilla Parker Bowles, now the queen. And it's easy to see how the idea of the personable Tiggy, who was single and well-connected, becoming close to the prince, could take a grip in the princess's mind. The two had been seen kissing. Uh-oh, what did I say? Chaste kisses, just pecks on the cheek, but they set gossips talking, while his staff dismissed them as the natural, affectionate actions of an older man for a younger woman he had known since she was a child. Ew, don't put it that way. Gosh, that sounds creepy. You don't have to say older man for a younger woman. All you would have to say is the natural, affectionate actions of someone who has known someone else since they were a child. Ugh, gross. Okay, Princess Diana was unconvinced. And here we go. That's Tiggy at the Sussex's wedding with her son Tom and the 4-strand choker again. Okay. Cuttingly, Diana noted that Charles had never been known to offer even the most cursory public show of affection to white-haired nanny Olga Powell, stalwart of the Kensington Palace nursery since William's birth. Oh, a real nanny. A nanny who wouldn't mind being called a nanny. One who would probably be proud. Oh, movie of the week in the chat says that sounds even worse. Yes. Yes, someone who would be proud to be called a nanny because she was probably trained for it. Like, those, not like the kind of nanny that anyone would just hire to look after their children, but the kinds that actually go to nanny schools, and they wear those like uniforms that kind of look like old-fashioned nurses' uniforms. I think you know what I'm talking about. Do you? If not, well, I don't know. Go look up we could look up a photograph of Olga Powell, and it would probably show us exactly what I'm talking about. Here, while we're at it, let's see, what did Olga Powell look like? The woman who was not receiving smooches from Prince Charles, now King Charles. Oh, well, beloved royal nanny is no longer with us. Here, let me do this. Well, she looks very much like a nanny. A granny nanny. She's like a granny-looking nanny. Not like a best friend, irresponsible older sister nanny. Okay, will this come up? Yes, there, it came up, and I will widen the window so we can see. Olga Powell. Wow, apparently this was back in the day when she had her amazing... Look, talk about a great head of hair. Check that out. What a great photograph. Lovely portrait. Downey, California. Did she retire to California? I suppose that's possible. Is that actually the same person? Let's see. No. Someone completely different. She was an actress. Playhouse 90 and then real estate. Well, that's a typical, not uncommon thing for it. Well, if that were our Olga Powell, and unfortunately it is not, but the actress Olga Powell had a great head of hair. This is our Olga Powell, the nanny, who looks very much like a nanny. A granny nanny. Look, there she is. Literally looking like a doting grandmother. That's who you want as a nanny, I assume. The doting grandmother. This woman would absolutely insist that you wear your helmet while you abseil. Look at her keeping it. Look, just by a white picket fence, she's already doing more to look after these children. Look at her holding on to Harry, keeping him safe. Make sure he doesn't tumble down that whole 1.5 feet onto the ground. That's a good nanny. A good nanny would make sure you wore your helmet. Oh, look. Oh, this is so sad. Look how sad. There's Olga pushing little baby William. That's William, right? And then here's William at her funeral. Aw, so sad. I guess she was a good... Oh, and that looks like Aunt Sarah. It looks like his mother's sister, Lady Sarah Spencer. Not Spencer. Now it's not Fellows, the other side. Oh, I can't remember now. I'm blanking, but his other aunt from the Spencer side. Okay, well, enough with Olga Powell, the granny nanny. Let's go back to our article. Okay, so Tiggy. And Prince Charles was not kissing the granny nanny. Shame on him. He could have at least given her a chaste peck on the cheek. Cuttingly, Diana noted that, yeah, I said that. Okay, the die that was lead to the Christmas party confrontation was cast. The 7 words Diana uttered to Tiggy. So sorry to hear about the baby. Ooh, I remember that. What a bleep. That's a very bleepy thing to say. Beyond snarky. Beyond. I won't say it, but you know. The Brits have no problem saying the 4-letter word that I would like to use with a Y on the end of it, but I'll be nice. So the words she uttered triggered uproar. Tiggy fled the party in tears, and days later instructed libel lawyers who wrote to the princess demanding she withdraw the remarks and apologize. Well, first of all, it would be slander, would it not? Because it's spoken slander. Libel is written. And is it slander if it's just in a private party, not, public? I didn't think you could sue over some nasty thing that you say to someone in private, but okay, maybe you can. Well, okay, you can sue for anything, but that apology never came, and details of the princess's obsession only emerged at the inquest into her death, which also heard suggestions that Diana believed Charles wanted her unalive to clear the way to marry Tiggy. Well, boy, now we've heard lots of reasons why various people or organizations wanted to unalive Diana. Often you hear about that they wanted to get rid of Diana because supposedly she had a baby she wasn't supposed to, that they weren't happy about. How odd. How oddly, reflexive of the, reflective, I guess, of what she accused Tiggy of. Anyway, a more timorous figure, ooh, good word, might never have recovered from such a confrontation. But Tiggy was made of stronger stuff. So strong, in fact, that sometime later, the two women managed to conduct a civilized telephone conversation. But yes, that this is the woman who's best friends with the woman who married her childhood love, who then she went on to marry. So Tiggy is made of some strong stuff indeed. Let's see. In fact, Tiggy came into her own in those dark days after Diana was unalived in Paris, providing comfort and consolation for the princes, and especially for Harry, who was consumed with grief. The truth is she never wanted to replace their mother, but rather to protect them from the effects of their parents' feuding, says a friend, and she did that rather well, earning William and Harry's love as well as the royal family's gratitude. She continued working for the royals until 1999, when aged 34, she married Charlie Pettifer, a former officer in the Coldstream Guards. He now works in the world of private security. Oh, guarding merchant ships from Somali pirates in the Indian Ocean. What was that movie with Tom Hanks? I Am the Captain Now. Captain Phillips? Is that what that was called? Or am I confusing that with Sully, the guy who landed the plane? No, Sully wasn't Phillips. He was Sullenberger. Is that what it was called? What was that movie? The boat movie with the Somali pirates. But, I mean, surely he's not literally on a merchant ship, armed, doing the protection himself. Remember, we read the article earlier in the stream, or actually a couple articles referenced it, but the one interview with Tiggy where she said that Charlie Pettifer would be gone for 5.5 months. And I'm just wondering, I mean, if you're supervising things, you have to be there. Like, I would imagine he would do the supervising from onshore, wouldn't have to leave home to do that. Not actually in the Indian Ocean. I don't know. More recent articles say that he is no longer in the security industry, but is the director of a company that repairs ships and boats. So I don't know. Movie of the week. Yeah, Captain Phillips. Thank you. Did I see that movie? Maybe I saw that movie. I don't know. I certainly remember the movie. Anyway, I feel like I would like to look more into Charlie Pettifer and what company he actually worked for. I did try to find this, and I could not find any information about that. If anyone out there listening knows, please hit up French Dip Empire and leave a comment under the video if you have any more information about that. Not trying to blow up anyone's spot, just curious. I don't need any restricted information. That's okay. Not trying to get into trouble or get anyone into trouble. Continuing with the article, William and Harry were at their wedding in Wales, but for last year's 25th anniversary of the Panorama interview and revelations that Bashir had used forged bank statements to first get to Earl Spencer and then to his sister, the monstrous claims about Tiggy might have remained a relatively forgotten chapter in the Charles and Diana marriage saga. Instead, Tiggy has found herself at the center of allegations over vile slurs used to lure a vulnerable Diana into giving an interview she went to her grave largely regretting. Unable to defend herself publicly, Tiggy has resorted to a characteristic stiff upper lip, safe in the knowledge that she retains the lasting affection of the royals, and particularly of William and Harry, who invited her to be godmother to his son Archie. How tragic that Tiggy once again finds herself in the long shadow of Diana. Well, obviously, there were worse things to come in Tiggy's life, unfortunately. And so here's Richard Kay talking about how terrible the BBC and Martin Bashir were to... I didn't mean to show that. Let's just go on to the next article. So this is a year later, 2022, and this is from Tatler. BBC to pay substantial damages to William and Harry's former nanny, Tiggy Legge-Bourke. The broadcasting company apologized for the way in which Princess Diana was deceived at the time of her 1995 Panorama interview. And here is Tiggy in the back. There's the choker and the hair. Charles, looking a little douchey, if I may, is giving a kind of a douchey face. And then there's little Harry in his little suit. Poor little Harry. Okay, from 1993. So long ago. Okay, last year, over 25 years on, pardon me, from the death of the late Diana, Princess of Wales, a newly commissioned investigation revealed that journalist Martin Bashir used deceitful methods to procure his famous 1995 BBC Panorama interview with the royal. Now, after the broadcasting company admitted to clear failings in maintaining its high standards of integrity and transparency, it has publicly apologized and will pay damages to the former nanny of the princess's two sons, Princes William and Harry. And then this is the later, more recent photograph of Tiggy with the white hair and the stripy sweater type jacket. According to BBC News, Alexandra Pettifer, better known to royal watchers as Tiggy Legge-Bourke, received an apology at London's High Court in light of what her solicitor, Louise Prince, dubbed the very serious and totally unfounded allegations that the claimant was having an affair with HRH Prince of Wales. And of course, they mean the Prince of Wales at that time. That would be Charles, who is now the king, not the current Prince of Wales, William. Not him, Charles. Prince, meaning Louise Prince, the solicitor, said in a statement that these false and malicious allegations, which led to serious personal consequences, likely arose as a result and in the context of BBC Panorama's efforts to procure an exclusive interview with Diana, Princess of Wales. And then there's another picture of Tiggy from the Sussex wedding with her son Tom, and the choker, the feathery hat. And I've been trying to figure out if this little brooch on her lapel it kind of looks like a Prince of Wales feather design, which is rather a personal thing to be carrying. I feel like it's the kind of thing that only one who has been a, say, Princess of Wales would wear. But I suppose it could be a token of affection from the Prince of Wales who one was serving so faithfully. Or it could just be a completely random brooch, a family heirloom that has nothing to do with the Prince of Wales. It might not be a feather design at all. I might be wrong. Okay. I'll leave that up. The findings of the Dyson report, commissioned in November 2020 and published in May 2021, disclosed that Bashir had used fake documents to obtain access to Diana. BBC Director General Tim Davie said in a statement this week, as published by the Mail Online, "We have been working with those who suffered as a result of the deceitful tactics used by the BBC in pursuit of its interview with Diana, Princess of Wales, including the matters that were mentioned in court today in respect of Miss Tiggy Legge-Bourke, now Mrs. Alexandra Pettifer. He said the company has agreed to pay substantial damages to Mrs. Pettifer, an undisclosed sum that the Times alleges is around £200,000. It will also cover her legal costs. Davy went on to apologize publicly to her, to the Prince of Wales, and to the Dukes of Cambridge and Sussex. Charles was still Prince of Wales at this time, and William was still Duke of Cambridge, for the way in which Princess Diana was deceived and the subsequent impact on all their lives. He admitted that the BBC let her, meaning Diana, excuse me, the royal family, and our audiences down, adding, "Now we know about the shocking way that the interview was obtained, I have decided that the BBC will never show the program again." The BBC, well, now that the damage is done, the BBC said it was extremely sorry for the serious and prolonged harm caused to Pettifer and her family, acknowledging that the claims were wholly baseless, should never have been made, and that the BBC did not, at the time, adequately investigate serious concerns surrounding the Panorama interview. Pettifer said in her own statement, quoted by the Times, that she was disappointed she had had to pursue legal action in order to get the BBC to admit the harm done to her, explaining, "The distress caused to the royal family is a source of great upset to me. I know firsthand how much they were affected at the time, and how the program and the false narrative it created have haunted the family in the years since." The news comes after 2 previous payouts were awarded to individuals affected by the program, which was watched by 22.8 million UK viewers at the time, to Diana's former private secretary and a former producer. The now fabled Panorama interview featured the bombshell moment when the princess uttered the words, "There were 3 of us in this marriage," in reference to herself, Prince Charles, now King Charles, of course, and the Duchess of Cornwall, then Camilla Parker Bowles, and of course now Queen Camilla. Bashir was honored with an industry award for his interview before moving on to a career at ITV and in the USA. He rejoined the BBC in 2016 and became its religion editor, but stepped down from the position last year, reportedly due to ill health. Yes, I have a feeling the ill health was on the part of the BBC, and they were sick of employing Martin Bashir. And in case you're out there listening going, no, Martin Bashir had legit health problems. I know. I've seen the articles. I know. When the findings of last year's Dyson report were published, both the Duke of Cambridge, now the Prince of Wales, Prince William, and the Duke of Sussex made statements condemning the BBC's conduct at the time. Harry said that their mother lost her life because of this. Maybe a bit hyperbolic. While William noted that Diana was failed not just by a rogue reporter, but by leaders at the BBC who looked the other way rather than asking the tough questions. Okay, so Tiggy got $200,000 for the alleged lie, for the Panorama interview. It only took how many years? 30? Almost. Okay, 25 years. So it only took 27, I guess it was, the additional 2 years. Almost 30 years to get her payoff. So that's Tiggy. That's how she has been in the press. There was, she came to attention being William and Harry's nanny. And then there were the accusations, the fuss with Diana, the alleged baby, alleged affair, whatever. And then she got married, pretty much dropped out of sight. Every now and then she showed up at a wedding with her 4-strand choker, or she was named as a godmother. And then unfortunately, the incident that happened New Year's in New Orleans with the attack with the truck, and her elder of two stepsons from her marriage to Charles Pettifer, Edward Pettifer, 31, who was not only Tiggy's stepson, but also her godson. He was unalived, unfortunately. And so this is how Tiggy has come back into media attention. Now, just a little bit more about the Legge-Bourke family, because again, they have historical ties to the British royal family going back, gosh, I guess it would be over 100 years if it was in Victorian times. So not moving too far back. This is recent history. This is from 2022. You may remember I mentioned Tiggy's brother, Harry Legge-Bourke, who served, well, they're going to tell you, he was a page of honor to Queen Elizabeth II. And we read an interview. If you were not here with us earlier, you could go back and listen to the earlier part of the stream where we read an interview with Harry Legge-Bourke, where he made the amazing comment of someone says, you're born with a silver spoon in your mouth, and he says he has the entire set of silverware in his mouth. So he is self-aware, and we will learn of his the trials and tribulations of running a grand estate and trying to hold on to it and make enough money when apparently his ancestors were degenerates who wasted all their money on gambling on things like which of two flies will depart a wall first. You heard me right. If you don't believe me, go back and listen to me read that article. So that was Harry in, I forget what year it was. It was earlier. And then we fast forward to 2022. The Queen is saddened as brother of William and Harry's nanny, Harry Legge-Bourke, Harry Legs. Okay. Harry Legge-Bourke splits from his wife of 21 years, sparking fears of a big divorce bill. And you might remember I said Harry claimed that the family was a bit cash poor, to the point that they had to sell off their old master artworks and jewelry and bibs and bobs from inside the property while keeping the property itself. So here we go. Harry Legge-Bourke is so close to the royal family that he helped carry the long train of the Queen's ceremonial robe as her page of honor as a boy. His sister Tiggy, meanwhile, became Princes William and Harry's beloved nanny. Now, however, the Queen, and this refers to Queen Elizabeth II, who of course was alive at this time, I am told is saddened to learn that Legge-Bourke has separated from his wife of 21 years, Iona McLean. It's terribly sad and has made Harry worry even more than before about the future of his ancestral estate. One of his friends, totally not Harry himself, tells me the divorce could be very expensive. Viewers of last year's ITV documentary, A Year in the Beacons, watched former Welsh Guards Captain Legge-Bourke, who turns 50 this month, voice fears about how he could afford to maintain the global sickness thing that happened a little while ago and shut down the world. That thing hit Legge-Bourke Park estate near Crickhowell in the Brecon Beacons, South Wales. And we took a look at the Legge-Bourke Park website earlier in the stream. I recommend going back and checking that out if you would like to see some beautiful Welsh countryside. Okay, the 16,000-acre estate has belonged to his family since 1826. The last thing I want to do is be the one who did cock it up and lost the whole bloody lot, he admitted. You have to appreciate British slang. So here is Harry Legge-Bourke and his now ex-wife, Iona. The Queen won't be the only member of the royal family sorry to hear about Legge-Bourke, who has 2 children with Iona, 52. He's a good friend of Princes William and Harry and used to be a regular skiing companion of the future king. He was criticized for allowing Wills and Harry... Oh, wait, which future king? Did they mean William or did they mean Charles? Because at this point, Charles was still future. Okay, anyway. He was criticized for allowing Wills and Harry to abseil down a 150, now it's 150, not a 160-foot high dam without safety lines or helmets the year after Princess Diana was unalived in a road accident. So notice now the blame has shifted from Tiggy to Harry. Who did it? Prince Harry is godfather to Tiggy's son Fred, and the Duke and Duchess of Sussex reportedly returned the favor by asking Tiggy to be godmother to their son Archie at his Windsor christening in 2019. And then here's a still of Harry Legge-Bourke from the ITV documentary. Legge-Bourke's mother, Sian, is a lady-in-waiting to Princess Anne, while Prince Charles stayed at Glenelg during his time at Aberystwyth University. My grandmother knew the Queen during the war, and she looked after him, Harry explained. I mean, come on, you can't get too much tighter with the BRF than that, yeah? Legge-Bourke's collection of more than 300 oak trees includes the Queen's Avenue. When the Queen came to stay in 2012, I asked, would she like a wood planted in her name or an avenue? In 100 years' time, it will be magnificent, he explained. The Legge-Bourkes declined to comment. Sure. So Harry and his wife divorced, and after the global lockdown, which prevented Harry from being able to book all those weddings and events, they had to cancel their Green Man festival, right? And that would be a big money loser. And then the divorce, which, divorces are almost always incredibly costly. So a lot of unpleasantness, I suppose, for Tiggy and the Legge-Bourke family in recent years. Just a little look back at Harry and Iona from happier times. This is a BBC News article from December 2000. Society wedding draws prince. And wow, look at that ancient picture of Harry, a very, very, very young Prince Harry. Prince Harry is expected to be one of the guests at the high society wedding of his ski partner today. And I'm not going to read all of this, but it just says that it's going to be at the Glenelg estate, and that the wedding will take place at the 17th century St. Edmund's Church this afternoon. There's that same rather lousy photo of Tiggy that they used for another photograph. This says Prince William, a friend of the groom, is unable to attend the wedding because he is taking part in an Operation Raleigh expedition in Patagonia. Okay, so he went to Tiggy's wedding, but not Harry's. But Prince Harry is said to be on the guest list with Princess Anne's daughter, Zara Phillips, now Tyndall, and son Peter. Captain Harry Legge-Bourke has served as an aide-de-camp to Sir Charles Guthrie, the Chief of Defense Staff. That sounds rather important, doesn't it? And has been a skiing partner of both of the princes and Closters. Captain tipped. 16-year-old Harry is known to remain close to his former nanny Tiggy, who married security consultant Charles Pettifer on the family estate last year. Captain Legge-Bourke has also been tipped as a future equerry to Prince William, but that apparently has not happened, at least not yet. Tiggy Legge-Bourke joined the Prince of Wales' staff in 1993 and became a close companion of William and Harry through the separation of their parents. Gwent police are mounting a security operation around the church as well. They did a security cordon around the entire Glenelg estate when it was Tiggy and Charles Pettifer getting married there. But I suppose the presence of a royal personage would kind of require a heightened security. And since Charles Pettifer was a security expert, I'm sure he could make sure everything was nice and tight for them. Oh, I'm sorry, movie of the week. I missed in the chat. You said they look related. Are you saying that you think that Harry looks related to Tiggy, or that you think Harry and Iona look related? I see what you mean. I think they have similar smiles, Harry and Iona. Their eyes are very different, and their noses are slightly different, and of course their hair color is different. But couples that stay together for a long time can sometimes sort of grow to have weird resemblances of one another. But yeah, so that's Harry, an interesting guy running that lovely estate. Now, for the last bit of Legge-Bourke family information. Now we move on to the parents. Where did the Legge-Bourkes come from? This is William Legge-Bourke. This is a little summary. We kind of covered him a bit on his Wikipedia page, but this is 2009 BBC News obituary for Tiggy's father. And it starts off, Prince deeply saddened by death. And you may recall, if you have been listening to the whole stream, you may recall that at the beginning of the stream, I noted that King Charles was deeply saddened by the death of Tiggy's stepson. And if we go back in time, we have we have the Prince Charles, then Prince Charles, deeply saddened. I feel that this is the standard PR line that they use at the palace, or palaces. I guess this would have probably come from Kensington Palace, or were they in Clarence House at this time? I don't remember. Probably Kensington Palace, right? Now Buckingham Palace. Prince deeply saddened by death. Landowner William Legge-Bourke, husband of the Lord Lieutenant of Powys, Sean Legge-Bourke, has died aged 69. Mr. Legge-Bourke passed away at his home at the Glannisk Estate in Crickhowell, Powys, on Tuesday, his family said. Prince Charles was said to be deeply saddened by the news of the death, while tributes have been paid by the Archbishop of Wales. Mr. Legge-Bourke, father of former royal nanny Tiggy, sat on a Church in Wales Finance Committee for 21 years. In a statement, his family said he had served as an officer in the Household Cavalry, worked as a corporate financier, had been president of the Welsh Scout Council, but was a countryman at heart. The statement added, he enjoyed and excelled at country sports, particularly fishing on the Usk and many other rivers. He was a fanatical rugby and cricket supporter and never missed a game at the Millennium Stadium during the Six Nations. He was a much-loved and devoted husband, father, grandfather, brother, and friend, and will be missed terribly by all who knew him. So a lot of this is, rather repetitive information about Tiggy and the princes. Okay. And yes, just more praise for his work with the Church in Wales Finance Committee. Okay, so that's William. And here are some bonus photos of the wedding in 1964, a June wedding of Captain William Legge-Bourke and Sean Bailey, Tiggy's parents. I apologize for the alumi watermarking has rather spoiled the photograph, but look at the boots. Look how far back these boots go. Interesting. I guess when you have boots that high, they have to have some kind of room for moving. But nice wedding there. Here's another photograph. Again, apologies for the watermarking, but you can kind of see so many photographs of weddings, British aristocratic weddings or landed gentry type weddings look, almost exactly like this photograph. It's just the faces are slightly different, and you can kind of tell more photos from artists that, you could say any photographs of people getting married from a certain time period would look the same because of styles and fashion and whatnot. But I mean, it's just very samey. Anyway, so the woman in this photograph, Sean Legge-Bourke, an interesting lady. Here she is in a YouTube video that I'm going to play, very brief, and hopefully there will be no dinging of copyright, this being a 13-year-old AP video, but who knows? I might get in trouble for it. But I think it's fascinating to hear her speak, and also what she says. And now that I'm looking at it, I'm thinking that I'll full screen this vest that she's wearing has what look like sheep on it, and it reminds me very much of an old sweater that Diana wore back in the day. If anyone remembers, if you're a Diana fan, or maybe just old enough to remember Diana wearing that sheep sweater, it was, I guess, kind of iconic. Oh my, yes, geez, I did not even realize people sell. Here, I will pull this up on screen. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, or if you don't remember, this will jog your memory. There you go. Look at that. Diana's royal makeover. And she did it all herself. And it looks like she did it all herself. Oh my. A grown woman dressed kind of like a little child, but I guess it was cool at the time. And you too can have your own Diana sweater. I guess there are patterns if you or someone you know can knit. And I imagine you could probably buy one on Etsy or something like that. There you go. You too can have Diana sweater. $178. Well, you might be able to find one cheaper somewhere else, but there you go. Oh, and you can get it in green. And you can get it for men. Sure, why not? Di loves it. You will too. Maybe. Okay, that's it. I need a collection of royal sweaters. I need a Diana sweater, a sheep sweater, and I need a Marius sweater. A Marius sweater. Movie of the week. Oh, I do remember that sweater. Yes, it was iconic. I don't know, for great reasons. Diana just had that like kind of model thing. She was tall, she was thin. She could kind of wear anything and it would look at least okay on her, but I'm sorry, and with the collar and the little bow, Oh, and you can it's a greeting card. That's not a sweater, it's a greeting card. Well, color me surprised. I had no idea that the Diana sheep sweater was so incredibly iconic that not only did people, and there you go, it's at Etsy, not only do people sell them on Etsy and knit their own, but there is a greeting card sweater. All right, well, if anyone would like to send me either a Princess Diana sheep sweater or even just the sheep sweater greeting card, I'd love to have it. Leave a message on this video and I will give you an address. You can send it and I will be very, very imperially tier appreciative of that. Yes, and if you do send a sweater, a sheep sweater, I prefer the classic red sheep sweater. Oh, look, Harry Styles. Harry Styles just channeled Princess Diana in a chic sheep sweater vest. Chic? Okay. Yeah, he looks a little ridiculous, but yeah, I prefer a sweater, not a vest. I prefer the classic red, not the green or the blue. But if you wanted to go with an alternative color, all you have to do is look at my background and, you can see what colors I prefer. Pink, purple, that looks good. Oh, and as for size, small, very, very small. Very, very, very small. Or if it's wool, send whatever size you choose and I'll wash it in hot and shrink it down. Okay, enough with the sweater. And it does kind of look like that, doesn't it? Just the pattern is different. All right, so Sean Legge-Bourke. This is Tiggy's mom, and she's quite the gal. This is kind of a long article. It is very interesting, though. So if you really want to hear about Sean Legge-Bourke, where this is misspelled twice, but it's interesting. And then we get to hear the lady herself, and she's a hoot. The very first thing that she says in this video is kind of crazy, but okay. Let's plow through this. We'll do it quick, but it is interesting. Okay, Sean Legge-Bourke. I'm not Lady Muck. If you want to learn something about Sean Legge-Bourke, then you could do worse than take a peek in her cloakroom. This is an article originally from 2006, then updated 2013. No idea what they updated it with. If you want to learn something about Sean Legge-Bourke, then you could do worse than take a peek in her cloakroom. We just said that. There on the hooks, barbers jostle for space with riding jackets, while formal army photographs line the walls. Out in the hall, the portrait of Joseph Bailey, who founded the Glannisk estate in Crickhowell in 1825, looks down on the proceedings. So far, so country life, but up above the coats and clutter of family past and present hangs a collection which reveals a different side to the woman, who some have cited as the closest Wales has to aristocracy. Well, they do have a prince, don't they? And a princess, and actually they have a couple princesses, and, 3 princes. One the prince of, the other's just prince of, but you know what I'm talking about. There on the wall, in every shape and size, hang hats from countries right around the world, from the elaborate headpiece worn by Bangladeshi grooms to the simple straw variety favored in Burkina Faso. Sean Legge-Bourke's cloakroom is an homage to headwear. In many ways, such eccentricity and exoticism might seem incongruous with life in rural mid-Wales, but in other ways, it is beautifully fitting. After all, if Sean Legge-Bourke, 63, can be categorized as anything, it is as a lady of multiple hats. Business manager, handywoman, grandmother, lady-in-waiting to Princess Anne, Lord Lieutenant of Powys. She juggles the personal and public on a daily basis, keeping up a schedule which would exhaust many women half her age. I'm exhausted just reading about it. In fact, her diary is so full of appointments that when she agrees to my interview, I can't help but wonder what she's had to rearrange to fit me in. Standing in her kitchen at Penmarth, surrounded by photographs of her children, 3, and grandchildren, there's 7 of them, she makes coffee while sorting out problems with the visiting pony club on her mobile phone. Crisis averted, she fields my questions and fits in a quick photo shoot before packing me and the photographer into her off-road buggy, branded the Batmobile by her grandchildren. We've heard that term before. So she can carry on with her errands. Where did they say that? Where did I hear that? Was that in Harry's article, or was that in Tiggy's article? One of them were interviewed and they said they referred to it as the I guess it must be Harry because they're at Glannisk. So do you think it's the same car, or do you think they just keep calling it the Batmobile? Okay, so she can carry on with her errands. The only child of the 3rd Lord Glannisk, who died when she was just 5, she spent much of her life living within the 3,500 acres of park and lowland and 20,000 acres of common land, which make up the Glannisk estate in Crickhowell. Brought up by her mother, she has taught the workings of the estate, from a young age, recalling her childhood as idyllic, describing her early years learning to drive tractors, collecting fruit from the greenhouses, and milking cows. She says, "Because my father loved this place so much, my mother felt that I must get to love it, as it was going to be my home, and because I was going to, if you like, end up with it, I must learn everything about it." And the education, it seems, has stood her in good stead, for Sean is more than just a landowner. She describes herself as hands-on, but watching her bound around, it's clear that's an understatement. She is the driving force, the heart and soul behind everything that happens on the estate. As she drives down to check on the pony club, she jumps out to hammer signposts back into the ground, helps a tenant worried about a wounded tawny owl, delivers supplies to the holiday cottage, fixing a bed while she's there, before stopping for a chat with her grandson, 3-year-old Lockie. Tenants on the estate sing her praises, and when our photographer Patrick suggests she poses on a fence with a bucket of flowers, she's having none of it. "That's not me. I'm not Lady Muck. More manual laborer," she laughs. But despite the joviality, Patrick doesn't persist. For underneath her warm, friendly manner, I want you to recall the words warm and friendly when we play the video after this interview. Warm, friendly. For underneath her warm, friendly manner is a no-nonsense attitude which commands respect. Whether working with gardeners or local charities, she is not one to stand on the sidelines, and with her practical attitude and military efficiency, I can imagine few stand in her way. Which brings us back to those hats. The collection began shortly after she was appointed Lady-in-Waiting to Princess Anne in 1978, a role she describes principally as being on hand to encourage those who she's visiting and always being 3 paces behind. She's also the lady that when the royal is collecting like the bouquets of flowers and they get too many bouquets in their hand, they turn around and go, "Here," and they hand it to the lady-in-waiting. And the lady-in-waiting has to hold all that, the teddy bears, the cards, and the little flower posies so that the royal can then have their hands free to collect more. But it's also given her the chance to accompany the Princess Royal on trips abroad with Save the Children. And on each trip, she's picked up a hat, which she uses to raise money for the charity by showing off her collection at fetes and to local groups back home. She said, "I have been very lucky because a couple of years after I first started, the princess started going on foreign trips abroad to see the work of the Save the Children Fund in those countries. So it was a wonderful opportunity and nothing to do with tourism. You don't go to the tourist areas. You're out in the jungle or out in the desert or up in a mountain, and you are seeing hardship and extreme poverty. That's why when you come back to Wales, there is nothing nicer than clean sheets, green grass, and fresh milk, because they are the one thing you very rarely find throughout the world." Yes, we should count our blessings. She also chairs the charity's Women in Wales Lunch Committee. In fact, looking down her CV, it seems there are few positions in Mid-Wales which she hasn't held. In addition to her role as Lady-in-Waiting, past posts include High Sheriff of Powys, President of the Rural Welsh Agriculture Society, and of the National Federation of Young Farmers Clubs of England and Wales, and President of Save the Children Fund Wales. I wonder how she got that position. Her current positions include Chairman of Powys Magistrates Court Advisory Committee, Patron of Powys Challenge Trust, Trustee of David Powys Crime Prevention Trust, Vice President of Girl Guiding Breconshire, President of the British Legion, Powys, and Patron of Community Foundation of Powys. But her highest profile post, awarded in 1998, is that of Lord Lieutenant of Powys, a position which both her father and grandfather had filled before her. Again, I wonder how she got the position. Like, the term Nepo baby doesn't even begin to cover this level of nepotism. Far from being just a figurehead, she admits the role takes up jolly nearly every day of the week and weekends, especially in the summer. She said, "When you take it on, you don't realize just how much is involved. Lord Lieutenants are there to encourage everything that happens in their county, whether it's volunteer organizations or, from my point of view, because we have a very large army presence in the county. You get very much involved with the army. And we have the Welsh air wing here, and you also are responsible for magistrates. Yes, I'm sure without the Lord Lieutenant to say, come on now, come on, no one would be doing anything. But it's a role, partly because of the family connection, which she's proud to play. For while many will associate the Legge-Bourke name with daughter Tiggy's time as a nanny to Prince William and Harry, within Wales the family has a long-standing reputation for public service. With so many other demands on her time, few would blame her for shirking such duties, but the Honorable Mrs. Legge-Bourke has no such intention. She said, "It's something that my family has always done, and whether the next generation does it, I don't know. They may do something completely different. But I think if you are lucky enough to live in such a beautiful place, you feel a responsibility, and because I was born here, so it is home, I feel very strongly about my roots. You could say, yes, she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, but in that case, you should give something back." Well, she was born with a silver spoon, but Harry got the entire, silverware drawer, apparently. Although I'd say she did, too. "I started off as a young mum being involved in the local NSPCC branch here in Crickhowell, which I did for 21 years, and we were all young mums, which was great fun. And was she willing to talk to the young mums who were like Pettifer tier? Maybe they didn't quite make or are you allowed to talk to lesser people but not let them marry into your family? Not sure. And as everything evolves and once children get older, you move on. So she didn't keep up the relationships with people that were just the young moms. Well, I suppose that can happen. "I suppose I'm quite bad at saying no. I'm getting better at..." Well, she said no to the photographer, so no, I think she's quite good at saying no. "I'm getting better at it, but sometimes it is very hard. You feel you want to help a small charity, but I don't like being just a name on top of a letterhead. So I do slightly get myself over-involved sometimes. Ever gung-ho, it's easy to see why she's sought after by so many different organizations. While she might not have had much time for bureaucracy, I'm not a great lover of AGMs. I have a great theory. If you can't get the business done in an hour, then pack up and go home." Her enthusiasm and commitment can't be doubted. Well, I haven't gotten this business done in an hour. I guess I should pack up and go home. Her only regret is the time it takes away from spending with her grandchildren, with her eldest daughter Tiggy now running a B&B just up the road, and Zara and Harry. Oh, and we're going to take a very incredibly brief look at Zara. We're not going to read any articles. We're just going to look at her. Although both based in London, Zara not based in London, and clearly Harry not based in London now, frequently bringing their families back to Wales, the clan is ever expanding. But while the rocking horse by the back door and mini John Deere tractor in the courtyard are testament to the importance of family life, life is far from slowing down. She said, "I would like to spend more time with my grandchildren, but that's entirely my own fault. But I am getting better at it. There are certain times in the year when you just say, whoa, I need a week off, when I am going to spend time with my family, particularly at Christmas time. But there has to be a pretty good reason nowadays for me to say no. When things get too much, it's the River Usk, flowing through the park under the shadow of the Brecon beacons, which she turns to. Taking her fishing rod, she goes out to the river to fish, the only place, she says, that she can totally switch off. It doesn't matter if you don't catch anything. I stand in water up to my waist and watch everything else go by, an otter or a kingfisher. With the sun glinting down on the river and acres of parkland stretching out before you, Glannisk Park looks to the outsider's eye like a scene of rural bliss. Oh, indeed it does. But the estate where her grandchildren now come to enjoy their holidays is very different from the place she experienced as a child, where once there was a team of groundsmen and foresters, there's now a sole gardener. Gone are the greenhouses filled with produce and flowers. That's sad. Wait till you see Gordon Castle, where daughter Zara is living. They don't lack for the produce, the flowers, or anything. It's amazing. We're getting to that in just a minute. No longer is the estate self-sufficient. Sad. And while a maintenance man helps out with odd jobs, she and her husband, Bill, a former merchant banker, do much of the work themselves. Well, of course, Bill is now deceased, so he's not doing any of the work. Looking back, she says, "It was very much a small community here. And it was a community. It was a big staff even when I was quite young. There were 9 woodmen and 2 gardeners, a stonemason and a carpenter. The estate was self-sufficient. It was like a small village hamlet. That's the difference now, because now everything goes out to contract. They, the grandchildren, have just as much fun, just in different ways. I'm not sad. I would love them to have seen how it was in my day with 2 herds of cows making butter. They have chickens, but we don't have cows anymore. They haven't learnt to milk a cow. Drive a tractor? Certainly not. That's the sort of thing you wish they could see." For someone who describes her childhood as idyllic, it's hard to imagine the changes could be anything but a loss. But her straightforward attitude leaves little room for sentimentality. When she talks about them, it's with pragmatism and not bitterness. One has the feeling that in Sean's life, there's too little time to waste it on reflection. Now that's interesting. She says she likes to spend time alone in the river, and, that's the time she spends with herself, but doesn't waste it on reflection. Well, if you don't spend time in self-reflection, how do you know anything, really? Don't you need to reflect on the day, on the week, on one's life? Revisit past events with newfound knowledge and wisdom from your years of experience. I would think that would be something that one would want to do, especially as one got older and had more of their own life and life itself to reflect upon. I would say watch out for people who don't like to spend any time with reflection. And if they think spending time on reflection is waste, well, you'll see the kind of lady. Remember, warm, friendly. And given her history, pragmatism undoubtedly runs in the blood. Crossing the gardens in her buggy, she points out where the former mansion house stood, explaining its absence with a blase. A blase. Yes, I was like, they spell blaze with an S. Blase, mother blew it up. Before describing how, having been occupied by various regiments, and now Tiggy is throwing flaming furniture out her own window. I wonder if there might be a family inheritance of not being terribly careful with fire. Be careful, Tiggy, be careful. Before describing how, having been occupied by various regiments during the war, the house had been left in a state of tragic disrepair, with the roof stripped of lead and precious books in the library burned to keep the soldiers warm in winter. Oh my goodness. They burned their books? Oh my gosh, I would rather have you burn my paintings than my books. You're not burning my books. Build a fort with the books and be warm inside of them. Don't burn my books. Sorry. It's like a war crime. By this time, the family had moved into Penmyarth, the smaller Georgian dower house on the estate. The cost of repairs to the mansion house was astronomical, and so, taking the situation into her own hands, her mother, Margaret, well, I hope YouTube doesn't have a problem with this, used explosives to blow it to pieces. She said, "My father got an estimate, and it was going to be £100,000 to do the roof alone. Then my father died in 1948, and we were still paying off my grandfather's death duties. So it was a bit of a double whammy. There just wasn't any money. If you look across South Wales, you can see a lot of nice-looking bus shelters made of Glannisk stone." Honestly, I feel like you could probably have found a better way to do things, but okay. Like many landowners, hers is a constant battle to stay ahead of the game. While the estate dates back to the 19th century and the fortunes of iron magnate Joseph Bailey, today's survival depends upon finding new ways to make it pay. Where once it was community, now it's a commodity, which must make money if it's to survive. Well, Harry seems to be doing a good job figuring that out. After a period living in London, she returned to Glasgow with her husband in 1974 to help her mother run the estate. But she hints that the partnership was a difficult one, with her mother, who she describes as not the easiest of women. I'm sure that's putting it mildly, was resistant to the idea of change. But in 2006, change is not a choice, but a way of life. The property requires constant upkeep, and with the income from agriculture in constant decline, new ways of making money must be found. Where once the estate was self-sufficient, now diversification is the name of the game. Alongside commercial shooting and fishing, the estate rents out holiday cottages and has opened up to small businesses. 4 are currently installed, and more are planned for the future. Weddings are another income earner, as are events such as the Green Man Festival, held in the grounds for the first time this year. Although she won't comment on how much the bill for running the estate comes to, she admits, "It's absolutely huge, and that's why you have to keep diversifying all the time. Our maintenance bills are continuous, 365 days a year, whether it's painting houses, mending walls, mending bridges. The forestry is not making money. That's a disaster at the moment. It's ongoing all the time. There isn't a day when there isn't something you notice and think, oh Lord, we should have done that months ago." It's almost like if they raised their children to learn trades and earn money, they could actually pay for the upkeep of the estates. You know, like rich people who become rich through industry and commerce and that sort of thing. You know, or I guess you end up doing what lots of people do, which is selling off parcels of land to people who actually do have the income to maintain it. It almost kind of feels like they're trying to maintain a concept which is past. But we'll see. Can they turn these estates into, money making? Many of them have. Many of them are. They seem to manage. Let's see if they can keep it going. I honestly don't know. Is that better? Would it be better if they parceled it off? I kind of like the idea. Work, don't be silly, says Movie of the Week in the chat. Well, but they're doing a lot. Now, see, Movie of the Week, this is something that I think you, as an intelligent adult in the world, will understand, that sometimes a person can exert a lot more effort trying to avoid work than actually doing work. It seems to me a lot of lazy people actually are very, very busy being lazy. And if they just went ahead and do the thing that they want to do, or didn't want to do rather, for example, just use as an example, a criminal might spend a lot of time trying to do, bad things, criminal things, so that they don't actually have to get a job, where they would have to do things to earn a living. It's just a matter of which things you prefer to do, I suppose. But again, you can waste a lot of time and effort in trying to get around just doing a thing. Well, anyway. But then again, if you're not terribly academic, such as Tiggy, then I guess you're not going to make a ton of money out in the working world, unless you can find some way of getting a lot of money through not being very talented. Many people are doing that, but not necessarily in the way that a Tiggy Legge-Bourke would want to. Okay, so let's finish up this article. Okay, where did I leave off? She admits that she feels a sense of responsibility, not just to keep up the land itself, but the people living and working on it, for their fate is directly tied in with her ability to keep the estate running. Ah yes, noblesse oblige. And when she describes the red tape and bureaucracy which events such as the Green Man Festival require, with even the length of the grass regulated, her eyes start to roll. She said, Very occasionally, you gnash your teeth, and mostly because of most ridiculous red tape. I'm unsure. Do they have unions in the UK? If she thinks that those regulations are ridiculous, try working with unions. But she insists that for all the work and worry, she doesn't view her lot as a burden. In many ways, she seems to view herself as a custodian, doing the best she can before passing it on to the next generation. In this case, her son Harry. As such, she's keen to involve him in any decisions made and to give him input into the future direction which the estate will take. She said, "Looking back to when I was young and the amount of people employed, the whole thing was agriculture. There was no diversification. There were no holiday cottages. There were no small business parks. That just didn't happen." That is the greatest difference. But I think in a way it was my grandmother's generation who saw the greatest change. She had 2 world wars and then a man on the moon. Well, you couldn't get more dramatic than that for change. And it will be interesting to see with the grandchildren how that evolves. The important thing is it's up to every generation. You can only look so far ahead. I can't begin to tell you what the grandchildren will be doing, or who knows what will happen, because every year you find something is changing somewhere, be it legislation or whatever, so you can only do what you can do, what you feel is the best, while you're still hands-on. The minute you hand over the reins, then it's up to the next generation. Well, she's right. The children come up with all these ideas about IT and websites that we can't begin to understand. Yes, too technical. But at least we can talk about it. We are very dumb. And it sounds like the kids have some good ideas. It actually sounds like the Legge-Bourkes are doing a very good job. They're thinking ahead. I'd be curious to find out what the Legge-Bourke grandchildren are studying and if they are going to diversify their own educations and their own knowledge pools so that they can work on the estate and build it up into a thriving business. Okay. We are democratic. Everyone has their say and then we thrash it all out. But it was our generation who had to bite the bullet. Privacy is now the greatest luxury. You find yourself opening your home, opening your park. You're much more open, whereas before it was very much, "This is our home. Shut the gates." Her words are prescient for next month. The inner work, and when you consider that the gates are a guard tower at the edge of a bridge, yeah, you can really shut the gates and keep people out. Her words are prescient for next month. The inner workings of Glanask and Legge-Bourke family life will be broadcast in a BBC Wales documentary, The Lady of Glanask. And unfortunately, I could not find that on YouTube. I tried. The program is the result of 12 months during which she opened up her life to a camera crew for a behind-the-scenes 4-part series. A breach of privacy, perhaps, but one which will undoubtedly bring more income to the Glanask estate, which, for the ever-pragmatic Sean Legge-Bourke, was an offer too good to refuse. So, now, let's meet the lady herself. Sean Legge-Bourke. This is not even a minute and a half long, so a very brief video. And hopefully the audio will be good. Let me make this full screen. Oh, or should I leave it? I'll make it full screen. Let's chance it and hope that YouTube and AP does not get mad. Okay. Full screen. And Lady in Waiting gets close look at royal wedding. Oh, let me see, the 13 years ago. So this was, yeah, it was William and Kate's wedding. Okay. Here we go. And movie of the week, if you are still in the chat, which I believe you are. If there's any problem with the audio in this clip, be a dear and let me know. Already, look at the gorgeous flowers. Beautiful. Here we go.
Legge-Bourke has a title many in America probably don't realise still exists. She's a lady-in-waiting, and if you don't know what that is, just consider her the consummate royal insider who'll not only be at the royal wedding, but also have a family member in it. But she can't stand those who are envious of her position in life.
It's a form of jealousy, in a sense. The answer is, then you've got to get a job and earn it and make it.
Being a lady-in-waiting...
Okay, I hope you could hear that, and I hope you can hear me. You did hear what this lady said. Remember, okay, keywords: warm, friendly. Warm, friendly. A woman who thinks that people who wish that they had the life that she has, with the royal connections, the thousands of acres of land, etc., that they should just get jobs and get on with it and not be jelly haters with an 8 instead of an A. But they do have jobs, and they are getting on with it, because that's what you do when you're not born on an estate, right? I mean, I'm sorry. Oh, movie of the week in the chat. She's Farnsworth P. Bentley. Oh, you mean like you didn't? Yes, she didn't. Well, she does work hard. I mean, we have to give her credit. She clearly is working very hard on the estate. But I'm sorry. I'm going to roll that back and play that again, because I just can't believe, if you're jealous of her, you just need to get a job and get on with it. And apparently you will need to wipe the Cheeto dust off of your fingers and get out of your parents' basement, right? It's really that tier of a comment. But just, come on, lady. Come on now. Okay, I'll just...
Legge-Bourke has a title many in America probably don't realise still exists. She's a lady-in-waiting, and if you don't know what that is, just consider her the consummate royal insider who'll not only be at the royal wedding, but also have a family member in it. But she can't stand those who are envious of her position in life.
It's a form of jealousy, in a sense. The answer is, then you've got to get a job and earn it and make it.
Being a lady-in-waiting is a job she was born to do, with previous generations serving the reign.
I'm sorry, I'm blowing out the microphone, and then it's followed up by, well, her job is one she was born into. And then followed up by the pictures of the ancestors in the page of honor outfits, you know, with the buckled shoes and the stockings and the fancy dinner napkins. I mean, you gotta love it. I mean, one could get so angry about that, but it's just too much. It just makes me laugh. It's too much. I'm trying to figure out who exactly the boys in the photos are. I'm trying to read the etching, the engravings. I'm wondering if that is her son, Harry, because I think that says E2R, which would be Elizabeth, 2R. But I'm not sure. I wish I could read the engravings. Okay, I'll play this.
Kings and queens of their day. Now she serves as the Queen's personal representative.
Maybe the last one was Harry. Maybe he was the little blonde boy.
In her Welsh county, and that has meant opening up her...
Oh, and that was a picture of the Queen. We all know that, right? That's Sean with the Queen Elizabeth II.
In her Welsh county, and that has meant opening up her 400-acre estate to both Prince William and Harry. In fact...
That was Tiggy with Harry. And then there's Tom.
Her daughter used to be the boy's nanny. She says she's certain that Kate Middleton is getting plenty of advice.
It's not easy. And I would think that, sometimes a little advice here and there would be probably very helpful.
Legge-Bourke will have a close-up view of the big day. She's been invited to both the wedding and the palace reception afterwards, and her grandson will serve as one of the page boys in the actual ceremony. The Associated Press, London.
Okay, so there we go. That's Tiggy's mum. And she is quite the lady, is she not? She is made of very, very stern stuff, I would say. Sean. Movie of the week in the chat says, oh, she means you've got to get a job and earn it, not her. Yes, that's what she meant. That's what she meant, that you, anyone, well, not me or you, I suppose, we are not jealous of her, but anyone who feels that they might be jealous of her should get a job and earn it. Now, for people who are claiming that they're having financial difficulties with the massive estate that they've been handed, I wouldn't think that you should tell other people to get a job and earn it. But since they didn't, and they can't, they're trying desperately to make it happen. Anyway, good luck to them in their pursuit. So, this is the very, very end of our stream, the last little nugget. And if you are here listening before we take a look at Tiggy's sister Zara very, very, very briefly, I would thank you for being here and joining us. I would also ask if you could kindly hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment. You know, I would really appreciate any feedback. If you have a criticism or a complaint even, I am not opposed to constructive criticism, as this is a new channel, well, I don't want to just use my own opinion on it. So if there's anything you want to hear or see, the kinds of things we like to do are royals, not just royals, billionaires. We like scandals. We like socialites. And and we've got some more topics coming up, not just royals. But I'm going to move on to Zara now. This is Tiggy's sister. She's been married twice. I'm not going to read this article, or it's not really an article. It's just a little bit of text. Actually, I guess we can take a look at it because it's really very brief. So this is Zara Legge-Bourke, Tiggy's sister, now Zara Gordon Lennox, a double-barreled surname. And here she is, clearly out in the... Well, if you wanted to say Lady Muck, this would be Lady Muck. And by muck, I mean mucking about, not trying to, cast any aspersions on Zara here. But here she is in the garden. It says, Zara Gordon Lennox is a wife, mother to her 4 children, stepmother to 3 stepchildren. Moved from England to Speyside in the Scottish Highlands to help her husband Angus take over the running of his family's estate, Gordon Castle, which we will look at. It's beautiful. The family are, amongst other things, restoring their 8-acred walled garden. I'll repeat that. The garden alone, only the walled garden part of it. A full 8 acres. That's just the one garden, which has meant that Zara has become a full-time gardener. Okay, you want to see an 8-acre walled garden, don't you? Check that out. I can't even fit the photograph on my screen fully. 8 acres of a walled garden. Those are the greenhouses. And you can see the little hoops, little growing hoops. Look at that. Gorgeous. Beautiful. I say Zara has done even better than where she came from. It's even nicer looking than Glannisk. And Glannisk is gorgeous. Maybe I have to move to Scotland now. Maybe too cold. I don't know. Okay, so I'm not reading all of the text, but you can look at the photographs, everything that they're growing. Isn't this beautiful? Our dog Melba by my side. That sounds nice. The occasional evening cast with Angus in the mighty River Spey for that beautiful bar of silver. Really? She's not talking about actual silver. She must mean a fish. I'm like, you're not getting bars of silver. I mean, even if you're looking for silver, you're not getting a bar straight out of a river. With the otter, osprey, and sand martin to keep us company. How lovely. Look at that. And here it is, not in winter. Gorgeous. Okay. So I just wanted to, so there's Zara, and here is Gordon Castle. We're not going to look at all of this, but it's an interesting comparison with Glenelg, which is, gorgeous. So here's Scotland, not as green, but I guess they're haying their fields here, or whatever. You want to say. There is your walled garden, which the photograph that I had up before didn't even show. All of this, so you can have more of a sense of where that is. You see building, looks like a tower there. So lovely. And I'm not reading this, but we could just take a look at some photographs. If you prefer Scotland to Wales, perhaps you would like to stay with Zara. Salmon fishing, yes. If you want to get married, Highland games. Now we know what the Scotsmen wear under their kilts. Shorts. The walled garden. Obviously someplace I'd like to go check out. Look at that fishing. Look at the big gourds. Nice. And stay with us. The cafe. Food looks nice. You get that fresh salmon. Okay. Now, these are the holiday cottages. When I first looked at this, I thought, okay, it kind of looks like they refurbish something along the lines of maybe the stables, but they're clearly not stables. And you can tell because look at the size of the doors. Look at the windows, right? The doorways are small. They're not barn doors. They're not meant for getting horses in and out of. But it has a royal stables, aristocratic stables kind of a vibe. And they've converted them to the holiday cottages. And I'm like, maybe they're like the servants' quarters that they converted. But it really gave me stables vibes. And there's a good reason. Because if you scroll down, they were the kennels. That's where they kept the dogs and the dog keepers. Not even joking. It's literally where they kept their dogs. Newly remodeled, originally the lodge was the kennel keeper's house and workrooms for the Gordon Castle dogs. It is historically important as the place the Gordon setter was first bred. Now that's kind of cool. And if you don't know what a Gordon setter looks like, well, here I am pulling this up again. Boy, I'm just looking up images today a lot. Gordon setter? Oh, please don't show me pictures of puppies. I'll want one. Oh, dear. They're lovely. Now I want a puppy. Okay, sweaters and puppies. Don't send a puppy through the mail. That would be inappropriate. But if anyone wants to give me a Gordon setter puppy, I would love it. And I would love the adult too. I don't just love puppies. Wow. That thing must shed like anything. But look at that baby. Oh, okay. I'm just totally puppying out right now. And this has nothing to do with very little to do with our topic, but gorgeous, cute. Look at those sad little eyes. But what a good dog. Okay. Well, thank you, Gordon Castle, for bringing us the beautiful puppies. And you can stay there. But look, garden cottage, courtyard cottage, Quarry Gardens cottage. How about the garden cottage? Let's see. Well, as much as I love dogs, I think I'd have to stay at the garden cottage. Not because I care about the cottage, but I want to see that view. That's beautiful. How relaxing. Look at that. 4 stars from the Scottish Tourist Board as featured on beautiful stays. I totally believe it. We're not going to click on these, but you can see the rooms are look lovely, fresh, and clean, bright and cozy. Whoa, whoa, we're zooming in and out. Whoa, okay. I just want to look at the garden. I don't even care. I don't even care about the accommodation. Can I go back? Okay, back is not working. Well, anyway, so that's Gordon Castle. It's gorgeous. And that's where I just went to see the garden. There you go. And you can go see the garden. Look at those vegetables. What a beautiful photograph. Delicious. Their cafe must be fantastic. Look at this. Fresh produce, fresh flowers. Well, I mean, they're cut, but you know what I mean. Freshly cut. I read this already. It says if you want anything fresher than what they have there, this says if you want anything fresher, just ask the gardener and they will get it for you. Yes, thank you. Beautiful. Lovely. Great. Look at that. Okay. First, I'll go to Wales. Look at herb and essential oils garden. They're really thinking of everything, aren't they? Now, this looks self-sustaining. This looks diversified and self-sustaining. And I wonder if they will be, and oh, that must smell great. Pruned rosemary hedges. And yeah, look, they're making botanical gin, oat cakes, chutney, herbal teas, hand cream, shampoo, soaps. Look, this is basically an ad. Hello, Gordon Castle, Zara, Gordon Lennox's, hey, send some product, okay? Look at those. Send me some flowers. I'll take flowers. They're beautiful, gorgeous. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Look at the snow. Ooh. I'm so torn. Do I want to visit when it's snow-covered and gorgeous like this? Or in the spring when everything's blooming? Probably spring. But this is lovely. This is gorgeous. Well, congrats to them. They have a lovely estate. And you can visit it and enjoy it. So there you go. Enough of an ad for Gordon Castle, which is gorgeous. And Zara, Tiggy's sister, lives there now with her second husband. And the last bit of information that we will drop on this stream is that Zara's first husband used to be this guy, Richard Drax. Now, if you're not British or British adjacent, you might not be familiar with this man. He is a politician, an MP, as you can see, Tory MP. That might make you happy or unhappy, depending on your alignment. Sorry, movie of the week. I've just seen your chats. The not so secret garden. Yes, so too large to be secret. Lol, vacationing in the doghouse. Well, it's been renovated. They said newly renovated. I'm sure it doesn't. I'm sure it only smells a little bit like dog. And I bet you will still find dog hair here and there because that's inevitable. Especially, you saw the length of the hair on those dogs. But it's Britain. They love their dogs, and so do we here at Friendship Empire. So we don't mind a little dog hair on the carpet or what have you. That's fine. Always picking dog hair off your pant leg. It's fine. So anyway, back to Richard Drax. He's not just Richard Drax. He is also very aristocratic, a man of a very aristocratic background. I'm going to go back over here very quickly to our Wikipedia page, and because they have a link to Richard, and you can see Richard Grosvenor Plunkett Earl Drax. He has a quadruple-barreled surname. Quadruple-barreled surname. But he decides to go with the really cool name, Drax, because that sounds awesome. And wasn't that like a James Bond villain, actually? Am I wrong? Am I right? Do I know what I'm talking about? Drax the Destroyer, a Marvel Comics fictional character. Okay, maybe that's what I was thinking of. I knew someone who had a pet by that name. That's why I thought it was a James Bond villain. I knew it was some kind of villain. I guess it's this. Wow, Drax the Destroyer. Okay, don't know about that. But anyway, Richard Drax with the cool last name. actually quadruple barreled. And if you know that Grosvenor is also a very, very aristocratic surname. So the Drax family, just to show you, here they are. Here's their coat of arms, the Barons Dunsany, and here Grosvenor, the Grosvenor. Oh, okay. Well, we're not going to go all into that. We could be here all day looking at his ancestry, but just to, the buzzwords of Sandhurst, Coldstream Guards, these are the things we run into a lot. And I guess this guy has a bit of I see him come up from time to time. I guess he likes a little bit of media attention, as most politicians do, but probably doesn't like this kind of attention. And I'm not I'm not going to read this article. I just wanted to show you the content of it. Jamaica eyes slavery reparations from Tory MP. This is from November 2022. Jamaica's considering whether they want to try to get reparations from Richard Drax, because his family were pioneers of the sugar and slave trades in the Caribbean about 400 years ago. A long, long time. And of course, he did not wish to comment on the reparations claims. I don't know that there are photographs in here. Oh, wow, look at her hair, or hat. Sorry, hair, not hair, headdress, hat. Well, anyway, she's this large green behatted lady. I don't know. Vereen Shepherd, I'm not sure. I did not read this article. I don't know her position in the country. But anyway, she's steaming mad at Richard Drax and his horrible ancestors, the Drax plantation owners in Jamaica. See? So anyway, I am assuming that Zara was pretty happy that she bounced out of that marriage to go live in the rainy Highlands. Is this the Highlands? In Scotland with her husband in glorious Gordon Castle, that, as far as I know, no angry people from the Caribbean want to take possession of to even out the score for slavery and badness. So that's what Richard Drax is stuck with. Zara smiling through the rain because she's not with him anymore, and that's not her problem. And there you go. That, without going further back into history, this is a little look at the life and family of Tiggy Legge-Bourke Pettifer, who is known to many as the former royal nanny to Princes William and Harry, and unfortunately now has come back into the public eye with the tragic death of her stepson and godson, Edward Pettifer, who was lost in the attack in New Orleans, Louisiana, USA, about a week ago, just less than a week ago, as of the recording of this audio. So, we have reached the end of our show. Thank you for joining us. I am the Empress. This is French Dip Empire, and we will be back for another stream shortly. Have a good day, and make sure to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and definitely leave a comment, because I would love to hear from all of you. Take care, and thank you for joining me. Bye.